Добрий день, шановні члени конкурсу.
Good day, esteemed members of the selection committee, the viewers watching the broadcast of the session. Online, esteemed candidates, today on the 20th of February 2023, we've gathered to conduct the 17th session of the Commission, selecting the Director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. To begin with, let us establish the presence of the quorum. Mykola Kucheravenko is present. Alexei Savchuk is present. Greetings, everyone. Kirill Lekheha is present. Ken Greenway.
Present.
Так, Повілас Малакаус.
Pavilas Malakauskas.
Yes, I'm present.
Так, невеличка ремарка.
A small remark. Draga Kos will not be here for the first discussion. Unfortunately, he has broken a hand, if we understand the situation correctly, but after the first interview, he will be trying to connect and join us and take part in the event. Regardless, we have the quorum because we have 5 members of the selection committee who are present and taking part in this event. Therefore, I suggest we adopt the following agenda for today. Firstly, the interview about the compliance of the candidate with the integrity criteria. Do we have any objections to the agenda? If there are no objections, who's for adopting the proposed agenda? Myself, Mykola Kucheravenko is voting for. Pavilas, Karen, Kirill, and Alexei are all voting for. So decision made unanimously. Thank you. The only point on our agenda are the interviews about the compliance of the candidates with integrity criteria. According to the schedule of the interviews for today, we'll be conducting interviews with the following candidates: Belousov Yuri, Burtovy Mikhailo at 13 hours, Vikol Alexander at 14 hours, Vlasyuk Vitaly at 15 hours. Let me remind you that the requests were sent to all the relevant agencies of Ukraine. The materials were scrutinized in detail, including the property declarations. We have also received and processed requests from the civil society organizations and individuals. Individual questionnaires were sent to all the candidates, asking them to provide explanations and, particularly importantly, to provide confirmation in documents of their statements. The candidates have responded to the request and have provided their answers. Let me remind you that according to the criteria and methodology of evaluation of the candidates, we shall be assessing the following elements of integrity, which are set forth in our rules of procedure and our regulations: the compliance of the income with the assets, declarations; secondly, way of life; thirdly, professional ethics; fourthly, political neutrality; other violations of integrity. Let me underscore that the procedure of selection is drastically different from any other procedure of accountability. By the standards of proof, in our case, it shall be justified reasonable doubt. So in the interest of the candidates, it is to be proactive and provide relevant explanations to lift any doubt pertaining to their integrity. The decision about the compliance or lack of compliance of the candidates with the integrity criteria shall be made by the committee after all the interviews at the end of the week. According to the rules of procedure, the interview with the candidate shall take up to 60 minutes and may be extended through the decision of the Commission. Due to a time limit, we suggest we structure our operation in the following fashion. We shall start with the questionnaire sent to the candidates to begin the interview, as I have mentioned earlier, comprised the information received from the relevant agencies, civil society, and other individuals. The members of the Commission shall in turn present questions, and the candidate shall be given up to 2 minutes. I will underscore up to 2 minutes to answer the questions. Afterwards, the members of the Commission can place follow-up questions. At this stage, the members of the Commission can interrupt the answers of the candidates. If there are no follow-up questions, then the Commission will transition to the next question from the questionnaire. With that, it does not rule out the possibility that the members of the Commission will ask the question that has not been placed in the question, but we will start from the questionnaire. We will follow the logic of the questionnaire. Yeah, are there any other suggestions about the way we structure the interviews? So, I suggest we transition to the first interview with the candidate, Yuri Belousov. Dear colleagues, are there any self-recusals? None. Yuri, the composition of the Commission is known to you. Would you like to recuse any member of the Commission? No, I do not wish to. Thank you. Before we begin the interview, I suggest we discuss the application received from the esteemed candidate asking to reschedule the interview about his compliance with the competence criteria, so something that we'll be doing next week. Yuri, if you would please succinctly explain your request. The interview is scheduled for the 4th of March. There's a certain coincidence because from the 3rd to 5th, an international high-level event is organized dedicated to the anniversary of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Foreign delegates are invited. I'll be speaking as a keynote speaker on the genocide panel. As the head of the department responsible for investigating war crimes, my participation is critical. Therefore, if the Commission could find it possible to reschedule my interview for any other date, I'd be more than grateful. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find myself a replacement. It is clear, thank you. If the members of the Commission do not have any objections, I believe we can meet the request of the candidate and reschedule his interview. Let it be a week, 28th of February, approximately 19 hours. Because we'll be taking the time, and unfortunately we can't schedule you for an earlier time, although we're planning to start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Who is for rescheduling the interview of this candidate? Please vote for. Kucheriabenko, Savchuk, Bavilas, Karen for, and Kirillov K are all for. Thank you. If we could please transition to the interview. Colleagues, who would like to start with the first question? Who would like to pose the first question to the candidate? If I may, greetings. I would like to thank the organizations who have provided us with the information to put together the dossier for each of the candidates. If you could please start as the chairman. I'm sorry, I wasn't following my own suggestions. So the first question we posed to the candidate in the questionnaire. The first question we posed to Yuri Belus was as follows. In your property declaration for 2016, you've stated you received the income from the annihilation of real estate amounting to 49,000 hryvnia. If you could provide the explanations about the property alienated, in whose favor it was alienated, and the supporting documents. Over to you. Thank you. In 2016, I would like to explain. Since February, I was not a public servant. In 2016, and I sold the Opel Vectra 2008 vehicle, which I had in my possession at the time. The amount stated in the agreement was the evaluated value of the vehicle stated by the service center. It's important for me to say that I didn't try to hide my income because my income is reported in the declaration, nor did I try to evade the taxes due. So the evaluatory value is below the real value, but this did not affect the deductions made to the budget under the tax code, Article 73, Part 173.2, should the taxpayer throughout a reporting period, so the tax year, therefore, sell or alienate property, one item of property, the taxpayer has no duty to pay the taxes, so the taxes are lifted. So the evaluatory value of the vehicle sold in 2016 did not in any way affect the taxes paid, because this was the first item sold and it is given a tax holiday for the year. If a second or third object is sold throughout a year, then the deductions are due according to the tax code. Finally, the evaluation of the vehicle was made in a contract, and since I wasn't a public servant at the time, I didn't give it much attention. Thank you. Are there any further questions about this answer? None. Secondly, the second question. In your property declaration for 2022, you have stated that you have lent $40,000 US to third parties. Your wife had some cash amounting to $12,000. And on the 13th of January 2017, you went on to buy Hyundai Grand Santa Fe vehicle. At the same time, in your property declaration for 2016, no data about the savings are reported in cash or on the bank accounts. If you would please elaborate the origin of the money and the proportion. Thank you for the question. I would like to explain the money in my possession and their origins. In 2008, I started working in Kyiv, and 2009, I inherited from my mother, who died in 2008. I received an apartment, which I reported in my answer to the question. I'm prepared to state the address if it's important, and the whereabouts of the apartment in the city. So I inherited an apartment. The apartment was sold because I relocated to Kyiv. The worth of the apartment comprised $45,000. Since 2010, till October 2011, I was part of the peacekeeping UN mission, as I served in Liberia, East Africa, being enrolled in the Ministry of the Interior, being accrued the pay comprising $1,000 a month. At the Ministry of the Interior, I was also paid $128 as my daily rate throughout the year. So in that year, I was able to make about $30,000. By the end of 2016, comprising the value of the apartment sold in Kharkiv and the money I made in Liberia with minus some expenses. So by the end of 2016, my cash in the family comprised about $65,000. When the apartment in Kharkiv was sold, we shared the money with my wife because I wanted to support my wife so that she would have some money at her disposal. Also in 2017, I started working as a private entrepreneur in 2016. My official income in 2017 comprised about $33,000 for 2017 and $33,500 in 2018. That's a dollar equivalent, which also allowed us in the 2 years, 2017 and 18, I made about $65,000 total. And I was able to save the money. So in 2018, I had a chance to offer my cousin who's doing business $45,000 loan. He had partially repaid it, but he repaid it later, and I reported that on my declaration. So my sources of income were, as I stated, as for the declaration, as it's important, the electronic declarations were introduced in June, whilst I left the service in February, and the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption introduced the recommendations, and their recommendations did not state the way the declaration is to be submitted after retirement, and I had to do it in 2017 because I retired from the public service in 2016. Moreover, for some technical reason, the electronic declarations were introduced and paper declarations had fallen out. So I reported for 2016 and 2017 following the rules valid before the introduction of the electronic declarations, where the available funding was not reporting. So at the time, the subjects declared did not have to declare cash. So I had not declared the money as well. And from then on, I reported all the cash funds available to me just to deal with it.
Я зазначив, кому я ці кошти готівкові.
I specified to whom I borrowed these cash funds. This is also indicated in the declaration by me in my declaration for 2021. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Yes, please. You specified that you were in the UN peacekeeping mission in Liberia, right? Was this a business trip? Yes. You are saying that you received additional income in the amount of $128 per day. What was this income, and based on which grounds did you receive it? When you are sent to the peacekeeping mission, the employees of the Ministry of Internal Affairs pass qualification exams. They are engaged into the composition of the UN in the peacekeeping center of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and at the same time they are delegated at the expense of the UN to a specific mission, and then they have the official salary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and they also have additional payments per day. Depending on the peacekeeping mission in Liberia, we had this amount. Did you receive it to some bank account, to cash? How did you receive it? There was an opportunity to receive it in partially. We received this funds in cash and partially transferred to the bank account. Did you have some separate agreement or contract, and how did it happen? Probably this was inter-state treaty. I do not know the detailed description of this. Why am I asking this? Because probably you know that income of individuals are taxable, and in Ukraine we have no information about your receipt of this income and accordingly about the payment of the tax from this accrued income. And you indicate that this has allowed you to accumulate a quite significant amount If you allow, I will try to find out in the ministry how it is organized, because this is a systemic practice in Ukraine, and there are some interstate treaties, and probably I have to clarify and find out how this is happening. But this was an official payment by the UN, and it was transferred to my bank account in Ukraine for my wife, because I was outside. And there was an opportunity when you are abroad to get a specific amount in cash in order to cover your daily needs, and there was an opportunity to specify the amount to be transferred in account. I don't know why it was not in the tax records. Thank you. If you allow, I have a question. You have brothers and sisters, right? You have brothers and sisters, right? Don't you? This is a sensitive issue, but you mentioned that you inherited the apartment in Kharkiv. Did you inherit it as the only heir, or was it divided among several heirs? Because this impacts the amount of cash funds you received. Yes. After the death of mother, we had different property objects. We had some property in Kharkiv, in my native city, Kamyanske. And we, with respect to the apartment in Kharkiv, then there were no objections from my brother and sister, and I received this income in full. Thank you. Clear. Thank you. My next question is the following. According to your asset declaration for 2021, you and your family have lived in an apartment at Holosivska Street in Kyiv since the 1st of February of 2011, with an area of 84.9 square meters, and it belongs to you under the right of use. The owner of this apartment is Valentina Fedorovna Kochan, your wife's mother, and she acquired the right of ownership for this apartment on the 15th of November of 2010. Please explain the source of origin of funds used to purchase this real estate object and the purpose of such purpose, because since the moment of the purchase, the owner has not used it. By now, my family and I have lived at this address in the apartment which you've just mentioned. The right of ownership for this apartment emerged in November of 2010, if I'm not mistaken. Back then, I was outside Ukraine. I was serving in the UN peacekeeping mission. Once I left the country, my wife was here with a daughter, and they considered an opportunity to move to Kyiv in order to live in Kyiv. And that is why this apartment was purchased by her mother. While I was away for some time, my wife lived there, and that is why I indicated the 1st of January as the start of the right of use. Then the apartment, when it was purchased later, once I returned from the mission, there was such a family agreement that we will live in this apartment, but we will pay for the current capital repairs, and we will pay for the utilities. And this was the condition under which we could live here. With respect to the funds about my wife's mother used to purchase this apartment, I don't know all the details, but I know that traditionally my mother and the mother and father of my wife were engaging in agricultural activities. For me, as a person who is from the city, they had a quite serious scale of agricultural activities, and that has allowed them to earn these funds. That's what I can explain about this. Thank you. The sale and purchase agreement. If you allow, I would like to ask a question. Yes, please. My question is the following. When you received this question from the Commission, did you ask about the source of origin of funds as well as about the procedure of the purchase of this apartment, or you didn't ask about that? Of course, not only when I received the question from the Commission, I asked about that. Back then, when the decision was taken by my wife's parents to buy this apartment, basically I knew that they were earning quite good from the sale of agricultural goods. Therefore, I didn't have any doubts about that. Similarly, with respect to the purchase and registration, yes. With respect to our residents, we agreed on the conditions with a hope in the future that we would be able to get part of this apartment, and with that's why we agreed to live there and to cover all the expenses on the maintenance. Thank you, clear.
У нас є
Okay.
підставою державної
The ground of the state registration for Kohan of this apartment was the certificate about the right of ownership,
на підставі
issued based on the decree of the main residential support division. So it was acquired free of charge. Do I understand it correctly? I'm sorry? I don't understand your question. What do you mean by free of charge?
тобто там право власності
The right of ownership was acquired not according to the sale and purchase agreement. Oh, okay. I thought that my mother-in-law received this apartment for free. No, the certificate on the right of ownership was received based on the decree of the main residential support division. Yes, this building and the right of ownership was my mother-in-law received the right of ownership for this apartment. This procedure was the purchase was done at the stage of the construction of this house. So then she received it, but not free of charge for sure. So she invested into construction, right? Yes. Maybe not at the foundation level, but it was surely the investment into the construction, and then she registered the right of ownership. Okay, clear. Next question. According to your asset declaration for 2021, you acquired the right of ownership on the 11th of January of 2017 for vehicle Hyundai Grand Santa Fe manufactured in 2015. The specified value of this vehicle is 49,000 hryvnias. Please explain this. Yes. In continuation of your first question, I would like to unite these two questions because they are the same and we have the same value specified. It is important that when these transactions with vehicles was carried out, I was not a public servant. And we specified the estimate value. We involved people who were intermediaries looking for vehicles and registering the documents. They specified this estimated value of the vehicle. It is the same because of the sustainable practice that existed back then. But it is important to explain to the members of the Commission that this was done without any attempts somehow to conceal the amount. I can explain everything about this amount value. There was no attempt to provide inaccurate information. We specified this particular value because this was the only document that could be used. I mean, the sale and purchase agreement where we had this estimated value specified. And what is important as well, with respect to this vehicle, Hyundai Santa Fe, there might be a potential accusation that I was buying this vehicle, but that I could facilitate evasion of the payment of tax by the seller. I would like to point out that we were buying this vehicle in January, at the beginning of January. And again, based on the current tax legislation, this owner who was selling this vehicle was not obliged to pay a tax to the state budget because this was the only vehicle that was sold, the first, maybe not the only, I can't say that it was the only, but this was the first vehicle sold during the reporting period, and the seller did not have to pay the tax. So in the specification of this estimated value did not facilitate tax evasion by the seller. And another important moment. The payment to the pension fund is carried out in case of the first registration. Yuri, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Didn't you have any idea, opinion? Yeah, it's clear that you as a law enforcer, you think not only about yourself, but about the other person who maybe evaded the tax. But didn't you have an idea about the necessity to evaluate these vehicles once, because you realized that you could have questions from the NACP, and then to decide and resolve this issue in order not to have the same problems? I will try to be sincere. I created more problems for myself, with potential doubt about my integrity because of indication of this estimated value. Right now, as a public servant, as I realize that it's better to specify the complete value and to evade any problems. But back then, I was governed by other issues. We hired people, and I trusted this process of registration to these people. The fact that they specified the estimated value, this was the only value that I could specify in the declaration. And yes, really, this causes doubt about my integrity. But I would like to point out that there were no attempts to conceal my sources of origin of funds or to evade payment of taxes. You've mentioned that. Yes, but I understand that for the future now. Yeah. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you because I'm happy as a tax lawyer to see and hear that you didn't have any intention to commit tax evasion crimes. But the fifth question is the continuation of the previous question. According to your asset declaration for 2021, on the 17th of May of 2019, your wife, Zarana Borisovna Belousova, acquired the right of ownership for vehicle BMW Mini manufactured in 2012. The specified value of this vehicle is again 49,000 hryvnias. Please explain again. With respect to the estimated value, the situation is the same. The only difference is that this vehicle was bought in an auction. I found this vehicle. It was 7 years old at the moment of its purchase. I may provide this information because today in the morning I found this at its amount at the auction. Its value at the auction was $1,700. This was a slightly damaged vehicle, but still, this, if I'm not mistaken, this was about the estimated value of slightly over than $2,000 back then. Corresponded to the price at the auction. Right now, this vehicle is 11 years old. It's not a new vehicle. At an auction, this was an auction. This was the practice of buying damaged vehicles at online auctions, and this vehicle was bought back then. But probably then you have to add funds spent on customs clearance. Yes, there were some additional expenses on the repairs as well. I mean that the estimated value corresponded to the price approximately for which we bought this vehicle. Okay. 49,000 hryvnias, that's somehow a magical amount in your declarations following you. How did you establish that? That was the so-called estimated value of the vehicle. Back then, in service centers, when we were registering these vehicles, they offered us to specify this particular value. We paid in cash for these vehicles. I don't remember about the procedure itself. I guess it was a slightly different procedure, and the service centers offered to use this specific value and amount. That was not for the evasion intent. That was some procedure, I guess. In case of cash settlement, there was some difference between cash and non-cash payments. So therefore, they wanted to specify this $49,000. But with respect to this latter vehicle, that was the real value. Right now, I realize as a civil servant, I would not do that. But back then, in my actions, I hope that I didn't commit any offenses. We will repeatedly face this 49,000 hryvnias with other candidates. Yes, okay.
Шосте питання.
Sixth question is the following. On the 8th of October of 2021, your mother-in-law, Valentina Fedorovna Kochan, purchased an apartment with an area of 84.9 square meters in Kyiv. Please explain this, the source of origin of funds, etc. I would like to, maybe that there is a technical mistake in this case, because on this date, the area of the apartment coincides with the area of the apartment where my family lives, and I answered this during the previous questions, but probably we are talking about the technical mistake. But at the same time, I've also provided to the members of the commission, maybe this was additional question. On this date, maybe you're talking about the apartment with the area of about 40 square meters that was bought. It was bought by my mother-in-law for her grandson Bogdan, who lives together with my parents-in-law, and he has lived with them since his birth. His mother is divorced, and the grandson lives right now with a grandfather. And this apartment was bought on mortgage. It was paid for several years by efforts of three families: my wife's parents, my wife's sister, whose son lives with my mother-in-law, and his father. So three families were paying for this apartment for 2 or 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, as far as I understand, because for sure that's a technical mistake about the area of 84.9 square meters. Okay, I would like to emphasize that this is really a mistake. But we could not ask you this question because this is the information that we received from other organizations. Therefore, I would like to emphasize that this really corresponds to the official documents that we've received, and this confirms your position. Next question. In your application of the candidate for the position of the director of the NABU, you mentioned existence of the practice of meetings of different commissions, which consisted in the actual bribing, and that you undertook lots of efforts to change this practice. Please explain what were your efforts, what did you do specifically? Facts.
I'll try to make it in 2 minutes with your permission. So in 2012, I started working with the Secretariat of the Ombudsman, working as the Deputy Ombudsman. It was an international commitment of Ukraine to put in the place of regulation. There were over 5,000 such facilities, starting with the detention facility down to boarding houses under a number of agencies and ministries. Each visit was made with the representatives of the civic society. There was a whole procedure of selecting the civic institute, civic activists, training them, and without any warning, we arrived at the place of detention to monitor the condition of the detention of inmates. I was head of the department responsible for the effort. At the time, initially, we were seen as the agency inspection. And I don't want to put blame on any agencies and ministries now, but there was a time when often the inspections or assessments were not made. Often the penitentiary institution would write their own report and the commission would not do the inspection. And this is something we had seen happening in FACE. People were amazed to hear and to see us meticulously checking the inspection, not wanting to take lunch with them. And that was surprising for many. The way we tried to change the ways, we would write a report on the webpage of the Ombudsman. We brought in civil activists with us, and this worked to attract the attention. people knew that they could not entice us to any lunches or any other benefits. We did not make any visit in the 4 years. We made over 1,000 years without the civic activists supporting us. We did have a sorry incident when our colleagues steered off the right track. We didn't learn it immediately. They did go to the restaurant and the people were dismissed. Thank you for your answer. We will not now go into this subject matter. To continue on your question, you may have mentioned one activist, Богдан Крикливенко, who is Chief of Staff of the Higher Anti-Corruption Court. And secondly, during your joint effort, you have worked for the Ombudsman of this Верховна Рада, Ms. Lutkovska. So my first question to you, do you see it as a potential conflict between your potential position as the director of the NABU and the head of office of the High Anti-Corruption Court, in the sense that it's unlikely that the investigative agency and court would have links? They're both independent. I studied with Lutkovska, but do you still retain connections with Lutkovska? This is a question to explore your neutrality. Thank you. For ethical considerations, I would like to assess my former boss, Ms. Lutkovska. I retired from the Ombudsman office for the very reason that my area of responsibility was seen by me differently. It wasn't corruption at all. There's no place for corruption. I've never seen any manifestations of corruption, but my vision was different about the evolution of my area of responsibility. And when I saw the difference of opinion, I decided to leave before completing my term. As for my relationships with Lutkovska, we haven't met for 2 years, but we still retained relations, but I haven't seen her in my line of work. The last time I made contact with her was when I congratulated her with her anniversary. As for the head of secretariat, the structure of the Ombudsman is that we have dual subordination. We report to the Ombudsman and to the head of the office. We have good working relations. We know each other, and I'm certain that should it happen that I be elected to the director of NABU, we'll be able to build working relations and distinguish it from the close relations when we worked 4 years alongside each other. And I don't think it will have any bearing on my opinions, my professional opinions, and we'll be able to draw a line in the future. Fine. To continue the story about your change of office, you now lead a very strategically important department, rightly? The Department for War Crimes, as it's commonly known. So, why do you feel you need to change your job these days, and considering you work for the Ministry of Interior with the Ombudsman for Human Rights, General Prosecutor's Office? Do you feel that in terms of your position today, you are personally deeply integrated into the system, and it may indicate some lack of objectivity in the future? Thank you for the question. I will try to answer it. I
професійної точки зору, з точки зору саме
professionally, in terms of self-realization, I enjoy working in my current place of work. On the other hand, I know very well the operation of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. We had a number of joint initiatives.
кілька років тому робив по НАБУ. Мене
I did a study too, and NABU attracts me as a leader because it can give me a lot of potential for realization as a leader. There is a hand-picked team, and I have to pay my respects to the previous leader of NABU, who are highly trained and highly motivated. And this is the next level to lead such an agency. I see it as a next step, and most importantly, I applied in the last day when the documents were received, as I was having doubts. Should I try this direction? In the days of war, what I hate most is corruption, when people steal despite the war. Russians are an obvious, and it's a job of honor to investigate their war crimes, but the money is stolen from the budget under the terms of war. It's the worst that can happen. So this served as a decisive argument for me to apply to NABU. As for my previous positions, and I feel that my experience can support me in my line of work.
Дозволю тоді собі неочевидне запитання.
I will try to field a question that is less obvious. Let's imagine yourself being elected as a director of NABU.
Ти себе після того,
What do you see once you complete this tenure? So once I complete my tenure as a director of NABU, so 7 years down the line, how do you see yourself? And do you understand that the position of the director of NABU
ну, посада, скажімо, з підвищеним ризиком того, що будуть атакувати публічно, я маю
is fraught with a heightened risk of coming under attack, political attack, public attack, etc. So what do you see for yourself after that potential position? It would not be public service where I would see myself in. I see myself as an expert, and I did work as an expert for a certain time.
самостійна діяльність.
So an independent career in international law, in humanitarian law, anti-corruption law and standards. So I would see myself doing studies, doing trainings. I would like to go into the academic field, and it's definitely not going to be public service. Then another question, if I may. You're a lawyer,
життєвого шляху непоганий юрист.
and you're a good lawyer, as we've seen from your career. But you have a degree in social sciences. Why this area of specialty? My first degree is social work. When I studied in Kharkiv, it was dominant for a time.
Перші кілька років після завершення
And the first few years after my graduation, I studied in the postgraduate studies,
захищався
and I defended my thesis.
на межі з правом.
And it was social science bordering on law. Then when I started working for the Ministry of Interior, I focused more on law, but I like the combination of social sciences and law, and I think it's a very good and productive combination. I'll be able to combine them now and for future, and it also can give me a somewhat different perspective on the problems. Thank you. We will still be able to ask more questions to you, and there are more questions to do with your competence, and we'll have a chance to talk to you about them in a week's time. I feel that a person who is lacking integrity cannot be a competent person. So these questions made also good sense here. My question to you, your brother, Leonid Belousov, currently heads Kamensk City Council. How do you assess his conduct? It's a position that is potentially fraught with some corruption risks. Have they materialized, and would you like to make any comments about it? Thank you. Since 2017, our professional paths have parted. We still maintain relations as siblings. I know there was a lot of negative information in the public information. As far as I know, no official charges were pressed against my brother. Some media publications were negative. I'm critical of them, knowing the political path, which is always fraught with some negative publicity. I would like to say that if I am elected to this position, it will be certainly important for myself to draw a line, because the city mayor is potentially a subject of NABU investigations, and should information come to light that my brother is implicated, I will definitely, as a leader, have to take steps to announce a conflict of interest and segregate myself from the investigation. In my previous line of work with the Ombudsman Office, we had to meet the comments that I had studied at university together with, and there were some conflicts that had happened, and objectively I carried on with my investigations, leading to the punishment of my former classmates. Surely my brother is a very person close to me, and he knows very well that I should, should I be elected, my relations will not affect or encourage him to break the law, will not cover up his violations should they happen. The publications in the mass media is not something I would like to comment on, because I would like to speak facts.
Okay, I would like to emphasize that this is the end of our questionnaire, but if members of the Selection Commission have any questions, as I've mentioned at the very beginning, you can ask any questions regarding any aspects of your life. Please, Alexei. Yes, thank you. From the public civil society, we received information that in 2014, you in social media had quite controversial Facebook posts regarding events at the Maidan. Right now, we are commemorating people who died back then in our country. And back then, it was clear for you that in whose interest Maidan was taking place, that you realized who was to blame. So right now, in order for the civil society to understand and see that, maybe do you know in whose interest Maidan took place? Who, in your opinion, has to be brought to responsibility for crimes committed at Maidan? And how would you describe those actions that were taking place in spring of 2014? Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think that our colleagues from non-governmental organizations can answer better this question. At the very beginning, I had the backchief position. I would like to mention again that when students were detained in Shevchenko, together with two right advocates, Marina Tsapok and Vadim Pavarum, thanks to our interference, the students were released from the police department, and the police wanted to detain them for longer than 3 hours, and the students were released after our interference. Moreover, the first official document that was sent to the ICC from Ukraine was the report of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, and I think it's still available at the website. If you look through this, the majority of official documents were signed by me as the representative of the commissioner. We worked together with Maidan SOS, Alexander Matvichuk. If the Commission has an opportunity, he can confirm that we try to facilitate as much as possible the release of detained people. I had no doubts. Frankly speaking, I don't remember these publications that you are talking about, but I have no doubts that basically this was the revolution of dignity, and that Yanukovych and his cronies were guilty of everything that took place and happened. I have no relation to the proceedings. This is prosecution of Yanukovych and the government, but I support them. Maybe Euromaidan SOS, that's probably our best partner back then, and they can confirm my position back then and my actions back then. I can't even imagine how I could, with my actions or expressions, support these law enforcement agencies' actions. That was not possible. Thank you. Please, do we have any other questions from the commission members to the candidate? Maybe other members of the commission have any questions now? If no, Karen. Yes, please, Karen.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for coming forward this morning for this interview. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, if you don't mind. My first question relates to following up on your reports on the vehicles that you reported. My colleagues have gone in great depth into those questions, but I think the simple question is this. I believe you understand now that what you put in those declarations was not accurate information, and you can see how it could be perceived by the public as to how that inaccurate information gives you the appearance of not wanting to answer questions about the true value of those vehicles. So I'd like to get from you, do you actually have records as to how much you paid for those vehicles, how much they were sold to you for, and could you provide the commission with exactly how much you paid for those vehicles and how you obtained the money in order to pay for those vehicles instead of what you declared in your declarations?
Ваше питання. Дякую.
Yes, thank you, Karen, for your question. With respect to the vehicles, as I've specified, this was the estimated value of the vehicles. Vehicles were really bought for other prices. The first vehicle that was bought by me, that is 2016 Opel Vectra, right? That's price, if I'm not mistaken, was about $10,000. The second vehicle, if you're talking about Hyundai now, that I was buying, that was about $30,000 price. And the last vehicle that bought my wife, I think it was about $10,000. In my declarations, yeah, I really specified the estimate source of origin of funds. I had this income to buy these vehicles. I realized that the indication of the estimated value in the declarations caused some doubts about my integrity and the impression of my attempts to conceal the source of origin of income. But I would like to emphasize that I've specified all source origin of my income and had enough funds to buy these vehicles. I specified the estimated value because I was not a civil servant while buying these vehicles or selling these vehicles. And right now, I completely realized that, yes, that, but I would like to that it has some wrong impressions, but I had no intention to conceal anything or to evade taxation, and I didn't do that. But I was also realized that in order to avoid doubts about my integrity as a public servant, I will provide the true value of the vehicles in the future, and then there will be no questions about this, because the indication of the estimated value has more disadvantages and advantages. And I've tried to explain to you as members of the commission that I had legal income enough for that, and maybe I would like to also emphasize that the specification of this estimated value did not facilitate tax evasion, neither by me nor by the seller of the vehicles. I referred to the respective article from the tax code, which mentions that the sale of one vehicle during the year, that a person who is selling this vehicle is not subject to taxation according to Article 173 of the tax code. Thank you, Karen. I'm sorry, what was your second question? Maybe I forgot it or didn't hear it properly.
So my second question relates to your work where you were, quote, conducting investigations against law enforcement officers, and the time period was October 2019 through April 2021, and then from April 21 to May 2022. You indicate in your CV that time frame you were opening investigations against law enforcement officers, but that was not well received. Can you tell me what happened to those investigations and what those investigations were related to? Were they violations of law or they were violations of codes of ethics? And what difference you made in enforcement against law enforcement officers in the time period that you were in those positions? Thank you.
Дякую, Карен.
Thank you, Karen, for your question.
Україна,
Ukraine, let's say, is one of the leaders in the Council of Europe, which violates Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights, since it does not investigate torture and ill treatment committed by law enforcement. And basically, I was working with this problem before becoming a member of the prosecutorial bodies, but at the research level. But when I joined the prosecutor's office in 2019, I pursued the one purpose to create the effective mechanisms for the investigation of instances of torture. And I must say, it was in 2019 when I joined the prosecutor's office, and the opportunity provided by then Prosecutor General Ruslan Rябошапko, I had full support for our unit's work. We hired people, we carried out trainings, and we managed to increase by 3 times in the next year the number of law enforcers brought to responsibility for torture and ill treatment. This was a very atypical practice. I can say that before that, no one dealt with this problem at a systemic level. Our department, together with the civil society, developed and managed to adopt by the government a separate program, state program and policy on action against torture in Ukraine. This document was adopted by the government for 3 years, and that was the first time when we had the state policy in Ukraine. And basically, that's briefly. The statistics, I'm sorry, or I can provide the statistics, but I would like to mention that we recorded the decrease in the number of instances in torture and violence because of bringing law enforcement to responsibility. Then I was transferred to another department, which was dealing with investigations, and it's still working, and it gives its results. Please, Pavilas, I see your raised hand. Yes, please, Pavilas, you're welcome to ask your question.
Very short question. The question is related to the apartment in Kiev. The Commission has received information that your mother-in-law has acquired an apartment in Kiev, the Minivska Street. So, do you know the fact of this acquisition? If yes, do you know under which circumstances and by which financial sources the purchase was made?
Thank you, Pavilas, for your question. I'm sure that that's a technical mistake. My family members have never had and do not have an apartment at this street that you've mentioned. In response to the question of the Commission, I've also sent a message about that. I had a request maybe to double check the information where there is a coincidence in the surname, but this apartment on the Minivska Street has no relation to me or my family members. I would like to double check this information, please, if you can. I would like to repeat again that the same question was received from the civil society, but once we checked this information, supporting documents, we didn't find any confirmation. So probably that's a technical mistake. Please, do we have any other questions? If we have no other questions, then we can, you can be free, Mr. Belousov, and see you in a week. Thank you. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Дякую. Продовжуємо наш
Thank you. Let's continue our day, our program. Right now, we will have the interview with a candidate called Mikhailo Oleksievich Bortovy. Mikhailo, I would like to remind you that we've selected as the sequence of our actions. We will discuss those questions that were sent to you in the questionnaire. We've received your answers. Thank you for them. So we would like to ask you to be brief in answering these questions up to 2 minutes that we are discussing right now. If the Commission does not understand anything, or if we have any additional or follow-up questions, then we will ask these questions. And I would like to remind our dear Commission members that right now we are following the questionnaire, but it does not exclude an opportunity, I think at the end or in the process of our interview, to those some follow-up or additional questions.
Будь ласка, Драго.
Yes, please, Drago.
Wait. No, I just wanted to say that I'm here now.
Окей.
Welcome.
Welcome. So, our first question to you. According to your asset declaration for 2022, on the 16th of November of 2012, you acquired a share in the amount of 50% in the right of ownership for an apartment with an area of 55.4 square meters located in the city of Kiev, valued at 493,149 hryvnias. Another share in the amount of 50% in the right of ownership for this apartment belongs to your mother. Can you please tell us what were the legal grounds for the acquisition of the right of ownership for this particular real estate object, and please explain which funds were used by you and your mother to buy this apartment? Please, you're welcome to answer this question.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Правовою підставою
The legal ground for the acquisition of this particular real estate object by me and my mother was the sale and purchase agreement dated 16th of November of 2012.
відповідно до
According to the state program
доступу до
of access to
житла,
accommodation, which was valid during the period from 2010 to 2017, I concluded a respective agreement and my mother with the construction company, Lika Holding LLC. This particular apartment,
вартість даного майна
the value of this apartment amounted to about
договору купівлі
according to the sale and purchase agreement for property rights, this amounted to 493,000 hryvnias. This state program envisioned the payment of 30% from the state fund, from the state budget, and 70% had to be paid by another counterpart, that is the buyer of this apartment. So
мою та моєї матері
I and my mother had to pay 367,000. We paid it in equal by my mother. That is, we each paid 185,000 hryvnias. Subsequently, with respect to
походження даних коштів
the source of origin of these funds used by me and my mother to pay, I would like to point out that these funds were received by me as a result of accumulating my salary, which back then amounted to which I had as an employee in the National Police. In turn, my mother back then lived together with my father. They had respective income, both official, because they were employed during the entire lifetime. And they also had
доходи з домашнього господарства,
income from personal agricultural activities, since they live in rural area and they have agricultural activities. And it has also provided them revenues from the sale of goods.
з приводу
With respect to
правових підстав
legal grounds. As I've answered this question with respect to income, I've also provided to the Commission respective statement on income, including my income and my mother's income. Unfortunately, with respect to the taxation bodies, could not provide the statement on the income of my father because he died 5 years ago, and I corresponded respectively. I sent requests to the tax bodies, and I received an answer that they cannot provide this answer because this information is not available about my deceased father. I have this official reply with me today, but based on what from the statements, you can see that we had enough income, and my mother also had enough income for that. With respect to declaring of this apartment, in section real estate objects, I would like to point out that why I didn't declare this apartment in section real estate objects. I would like to answer that. Taking into account that I live in this apartment now and I pay for utilities in this apartment, this apartment cannot be included into the section of unfinished construction objects. That's why I declared it in section real estate objects. Okay, can you please tell us your share? You paid your share of 185,000 hryvnias in 2012, right? According to the statements that you provided, your salary amounted to about 4,000 or 5,000 hryvnias per month. But where did you get this savings then? As a result of the income statement, in order to simplify all arithmetic calculations and to provide a swift response in this case, I prepared the analytical report. We checked this information, but then you are mentioning the information after 2012. No, before 2012. I have this analytical report before 2012. So all funds accumulated by me, we have a breakdown by years, and we have the correspondence with the salary. I can share it with the Commission if you want. We have it. They correspond to the salary, to the expenses on daily needs, expenses. Part that remained after that was accumulated in the form of savings. These funds, which I had remaining since my wife used to work in the banking sphere, we had such a policy in the family that if all the funds that we had, we always accumulated them. But the question is not about where. We'll have questions about your wife later. Okay. As of 2012, accordingly, I had enough funds according to my income statement and according to the savings that I had. If we take into account the minimum subsistence level that we had back then, the currency exchange rate that we had back then, besides, in 2010, I got married, and if I'm not mistaken, we received as a gift from relatives 25,000 hryvnias and 70,000 hryvnias. That was my loan that I received. If maybe I'm mistaken, but the statements that we have in the file, they start from 2015. Analytical reports. I'm talking about analytical reports. They were separately provided, not in explanations, but additionally. Okay, we will check that later. Let's continue. If you want, I can share it again. Please pass it on to the working group. That answers all your questions. Let it be in your files for now. Okay, our next question. Second question from the questionnaire. According to your asset declaration for 2022, on the 26th of October 2021, your wife acquired the right of ownership for an apartment with an area of 39.1 square meters located in Kyiv, valued at 346,299 hryvnias. Please specify legal grounds for the acquisition of the right of ownership of this apartment and which funds were used by your wife to buy this particular apartment. Thank you for your question. Look, the legal ground for the acquisition of this real estate object into ownership is the sale and purchase agreement again of property rights, which was concluded in 2014 by my wife and the construction company. The price of paid under the agreement amounted to 349,000 hryvnias. Accordingly, these funds were accumulated by my wife as a result of receiving salary while working at her work of place, and in 2014 she got an apartment into ownership from her first marriage, and this apartment was sold by her in 2014 after she divorced. A lion's share of these funds were used to pay for this particular apartment that we're talking about now. Yes, please. I have a question. Can you please tell us, have you received any income during this period of time that are not specified in the declaration? No. I haven't had such income, revenues. My daily work is related to the criminals law enforcement agency, and my wife. We had vehicle Skoda Octavia back in 2010, which was also sold for 40,000 hryvnias, but revenues from this are mentioned in the statement from the tax bodies. So accordingly, I declared all the income. Now, next question. According to your asset declaration for 2022, on the 16th of November of 2020, you acquired the right of ownership for an unfinished construction object, namely apartment with an area of 59.97 square meters located in Kyiv. At the same time, you did not declare respective financial liabilities. Can you please specify the amount of expenses on the construction of this real estate objects, how they were divided, and whether you're building this apartment using your own funds? Thank you for your question. I would like to point out in 2015, I was delegated to participate in the anti-terrorist operation on the territory of Donetsk and Luhansk regions, where I respectively participated in a range of measures, hostilities, and military actions. I would also like to point out that in 2016, after return from this ATO operation, I received the status of the participant of combat actions, and accordingly, with respect to this criteria, in 2019, the state program that was covering the budget of the city of Kyiv and was implemented by the Kyiv City Council. This program envisioned the purchase of apartments for separate categories of the population, including in particular participants of the ATO. We were included into this category of people in the program. The essence of the program consisted in the following. 50% of the price of the apartment was paid from the budget of the city, and 50% was paid by the person who was receiving this apartment, that is me. Accordingly, I got in touch with the construction department back then, and I asked whether I was eligible for the participation in the state program. I received a positive response from them. I submitted all required documents. We signed a respective free-party agreement signed by me, the department of the Kyiv City Council, and the construction company. As a result, in 2020, I transferred to the account of the construction company 469,000 hryvnias, and the remaining 50% of the price was transferred by the construction department of Kyiv City Council. This building is still at the initial stages of the construction. It has not been commissioned yet. There are works ongoing since the moment of the foundation construction, and the construction works are still ongoing. With respect to the failure to declare financial liabilities, I would like to point out that this liability is not to be included into this section of financial liabilities in the declaration, because financial liabilities set out credit relations, leasing, respective payments, but I do not have such liabilities. This agreement sets out a direct payment during 10 days, which I did in November of 2020. With respect to funds which I paid, I would like to point out that since 2019, I was appointed to the position of the NABU detective, where accordingly my salary, as compared to my salary in the national police, which I had before that, the difference was quite significant. For comparison, in the national police, I received up to 20,000 hryvnias. In the NABU, as a detective, I receive 100,000 or 120,000 hryvnias. Accordingly, I had sufficient funds accumulated from my salary, and I had accumulated savings from my salary. Okay, thank you. My next question is the following. Please explain, according to your asset declaration for 2022, on the 11th of July of 2017, your wife acquired the right of ownership for a land plot with the area of 53,579 square meters located in the village of Chorna Kamyanka, Uman district of Cherkasy region. What are the legal grounds for that? How is this land plot used? And did she use her own funds to do that or not? I would like to clarify. Firstly, we are talking about the purchase of a land plot for free of charge, acquisition of the land plot free of charge. Yes, yes. According to the land code, Part 3 of Article 118, citizens who are interested in receiving free of charge land plots into ownership for farming activities, personal agricultural activities, gardenship, construction, maintenance of residential house, etc., can receive such a land plot. Your wife, as an employee of the banking sphere, does she see herself as a farmer or as a person who would like to engage in agricultural activities or not? That's my first question. Second question to you is the following. We are talking actually about 5.36 hectares free of charge. According to the code, you can receive free of charge 2 hectares. Why we have this exceeding of the area by almost 2 times? And how is this land plot used right now? Please, you have an opportunity to answer now. Thank you for your question. Yes, really, my wife in 2017 acquired the right of ownership for the one land plot with the area of 0.435 hectares. Yes, every citizen of Ukraine really can get, according to the land code, Constitution of Ukraine, and land code of Ukraine, and other regulations and bills which we have in Ukraine governing land relations, and every citizen can receive free of charge within the framework of free of charge privatization of this land plots. The list that you've just mentioned right now and sets out 6 types of land plots for farming, for personal agricultural activities, for guardianship, etc. Yes, I've mentioned that. 2 hectares that you mentioned are set out for personal agricultural activities. That is, my wife's land plot is intended not for personal agricultural activities, but for farming. And I would like to explain later on. My parents, for the 10 years, we are talking not about your parents right now. My wife, as a family member
до членів фермерського господарства
and a member of the farming community, and the farming community includes children, relatives
голови фермерського
of the head of the farming enterprise, and these are my parents. And my wife, my aunt were all members of this family farming enterprise. According to the legislation, that is Article 3 and 13 of the law of Ukraine on farming, it is allowed for family
отримати в
members to receive into free of charge private
приватизацію земельних ділянок
privatization of land plots, the ones that are used for
фермерському господарстві.
by this particular farming enterprise. And my wife is among members of this farming enterprise, and according to this provision, there was issued an order by the state geocadastre to receive this land plot. And why 5 hectares and not 2 hectares? Because 2 hectares are intended for personal agricultural activities, and 5 hectares are set out for the farming enterprise. For example, we have 6 members. We have children, aunt, close relatives, and accordingly, this area is divided among my family members. And accordingly, this area was received. We'll talk about your family members separately.
Скажіть, будь ласка,
Can you please tell us,
відповідно до майнового
according to your asset declaration for 2022, you declared cash funds in foreign currency in the amount of $73,800, while your wife had $50,700.
поясніть, будь
Can you please explain, are these your own funds? If yes, then please explain the source of origin of these funds. Thank you for your question. Yes, really. These amounts that you have just mentioned were declared by me, and the explanation is very simple. These are the funds
Згідно довідки про доходи
according to the income statement for the entire period of my employment period, for the period of employment of my wife, that is about 20 years of experience of work, both in my case and my wife's case, and the total amount of income in hryvnias received from the tax bodies. In my case, it amounts to 4.8 million hryvnias, and my wife's income amounts to 3 million hryvnias. In total, during the entire period, we've had about 8 million hryvnias received during this period of time. Besides, these funds were used to save from salaries on an annual basis, and we converted them into dollars. For example, in 2015, the U.S. currency exchange rate was 21 hryvnias. In 2021, we had another currency exchange rate. So accordingly, the amount that we had in dollars about 5-7 years ago increased twice, 3 times in hryvnia.
Значить, так,
So I also prepared the general statement, which sets out this accumulated savings, taking into account the annual accumulation, and it fully answers this question why I declared this particular amount of. For example, last year, during 1 year of working at the NABU, my income amounted to over 1.3 million hryvnias. So accordingly, I had an opportunity to accumulate $15,000-$20,000 savings. And these amounts are quite usual for NABU detectives because this income corresponds to our savings. Yes, we have in your explanations that you started accumulating money while still being a student. Okay, I have the following question. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pavilas. Yes, please. I see your raised hand, Pavilas. Please, Victor.
My question is related to income and accumulations. According to the information you have provided to the Commission, during the period between 2015 and 2018, your family was able to save about 30% of earnings. So in 2019, you were able to save even more, you personally, 82% of incomes. and your wife,
Excuse me,
56%
but
of her
we have
income.
some problems with the translation. Just in a
Все,
second.
все вже. На.
Не встигли налаштувати апаратуру. Повторити запитання.
Can you repeat, please, because we have some problems with translation.
Well, according to the information you have provided to us, to the Commission, during the period year 2015 and 2018, your family was able to save about 30% of all your earnings. In 2019, you were able to save even more, 82% of your incomes. And your wife, 56% of her incomes. In 2021, accordingly, you managed to save 43% of your incomes, and your wife, 57% of her incomes. My question is, could you share with us your experience and explain how did you manage to save such a substantial part of your incomes? What are the average expenditures of your family per month? So maintenance cost, like food, utilities, water, electricity, heating, and so on.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. I would like to answer this question as follows.
Ці суми
All these income amounts specified in the declaration and my lifestyle correspond to my upbringing and to the upbringing of my wife. I was born in a rural area. I was brought up in a family with many children. My wife was also born in a rural area, and she family also had many children. Accordingly, the efficient use of our savings and money are typical for us, have been typical for us since birth. And with respect to expenses, monthly expenses, when I used to work in the National Police, they amounted much less than our current expenses when I started working in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Accordingly, the expenses, monthly expenses right now amount to about, for my family, amount to about 40-50,000 hryvnias. This includes, this is less than 50% of my income that I receive per month. Accordingly, my wife spends even less on daily expenses because foods and eco-friendly food products are received by us from our parents who live in villages and rural areas and who have livestock and poultry, and they also farm. So these savings, this lifestyle allow us to accumulate this amount of money that we specify. That is my answer to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Добре.
Okay. Thank you. Our next question. In 2021, you graduated from the National University of Land with the specialty of agronomy, and you received the master's diploma. In September of 2022, you defended the thesis paper to acquire the academic degree of the candidate of legal sciences. Can you please tell us where were you defending your thesis paper? That's my first question. Second question is, when you started working on your thesis paper, these are my initial questions, and then I will have some follow-up questions. Thank you for your question. Once I graduated from the university in 2006, when I got my first degree, and at once I entered the postgraduate program, the PhD program of this university. Accordingly, I didn't have practical experience. And since 2006 to 2009, this was the first stage when I started engaging in my academic activities, respectively writing my thesis paper. During this period of time, I prepared and drafted the thesis paper. The first and second chapters were discussed and adopted the faculty accordingly. I published research articles, I participated in academic conferences, and passed the candidate's minimum. Once I graduated and completed my studies, that was not my question, right? Where did you defend, and when did you start working on your paper? I defended my thesis paper in 2022 in September in the National Academy of Internal Affairs. The thesis paper for defense was started at the beginning of 2021. So you managed to draft the dissertation during a year and 6 months. On the 22nd of September, I had the defense of my thesis paper, and I started working on this thesis paper in spring of 2021. In May, at the faculty, we clarified the topic a bit because the procedural legislation changed. Okay, another question. We are talking about the defense of the thesis paper to acquire the candidate of legal sciences or the PhD status. We are talking about the acquisition of the candidate of legal sciences because there are different academic councils. Yes, I understand that. And different modes. Who were your opponents? My opponents were Povorецька Зоряна and Говоривкін. So you defended your thesis paper half a year ago. Okay. Can you please tell us, can you provide some academic novelty from your paper? Yes, thank you for your question. In my thesis paper, I highlighted the issue. What's the title, by the way, of your thesis paper? Procedural rights of the victim at the stage of the pretrial investigation. Yes, please. So, the novelty of my thesis paper was the following: with respect to procedural rights and their implementation, with respect to oversight over compliance of legality by prosecutorial oversight, which concerns timely submission of the criminal proceeding and registration of the application on the criminal offense. Besides, I highlighted such issues in my thesis paper. I'm not asking about the subject matter of your thesis paper. I'm talking about the academic novelty. In my thesis paper, for the first time, and please continue. For the first time, I studied the rights of the victim and their implementation at the stage of the pretrial investigation. Are you trying to imply that no one did that before you? I was among the first. It can't be. Maybe you believe that, but I can't agree with you. My novelty is mentioned in my conclusions. Yes, please. Drago, yes, please.
Well, good afternoon from Slovenia. Let's say, I would just like to ask a very simple question. It seems that you have forgotten to pay in 3 different cases the debts for housing and communal services. There were 3 cases against you and your wife, the Podilsky District Court. So what can you tell us about that one?
Дякую за питання.
Thank you for your question. With respect to this debt, I can provide an exhaustive answer that my apartment was bought in 2012, but I started living there since 2021. And during this period of time, for 14 years, I used to live in a dorm, and my wife and I lived in another part of the city, in her apartment. Since my apartment was not suitable was not habitable, accordingly, We did not live there, and we did not. The utilities were accruing utility payments. In 2021, when it was decided to move to live in this particular apartment, I learned that we have some debts there from different utility spheres, water supply, power supply. But since in my apartment there were installed meters, accounting meters, as the respective utilities were recalculated and cancelled. Since according to the meters, I did not use these services and they were not accrued. They were accrued by mistake using the formula of accrual for the general building and divided among the building residents. With respect to these court cases that you've mentioned, then since these utilities were not paid for, accordingly, the service providers filed lawsuits with the court regarding the collection of this indebtedness. When I received the questionnaires, questions from the Commission, I visited Podil court. I submitted an application. I looked through these cases, and in these cases, in all three cases, the decision of the court was I was not properly notified, and they will be returned to the court back. Accordingly, I just didn't know about their existence at all. And while I was looking through the case materials, I also found that they sent by post, and there was a mark on this envelope so that the notification of the court was returned. So neither I nor my wife nor my mother were not properly notified about these court cases, and the consideration of these cases took place without my participation. So I learned about this at the very last moment. But according to the receipts that we had at the house, in the building, the concierge, I knew about these payments, and 2021 I was these debts were cancelled because I was not receiving the service, but they were accruing these payments. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Kirillov has also a question about this. Yes, Karen, please. Sorry. Karen?
Yeah, so my question relates to your work as an investigator in murder cases and violent crime cases. Our previous candidate spoke about the fact that Ukraine has not been fulfilling its commitments related to investigating law enforcement officers who commit torture against subjects. And I wondered if you would provide an example where one of your law enforcement colleagues committed a violation of a subject's rights, and if you did anything about it. And if you don't have an example, what would you do if a law enforcement colleague committed a violation of a subject's right in your presence?
Thank you for your question. Yes, my previous work in the National Police was related to the criminal investigations, and on a daily basis, we encountered crimes, grave crimes, and especially grave crimes. Accordingly, we were working with murders, assaults, and other crimes against individuals. With respect to your question that you've asked, I would like to answer that during the period of my work, I didn't have such instances in our team and among my colleagues. And in the police department where I worked, I didn't know about any cases like that. I know that such instances were happening in other areas. They were highlighted and mentioned by the mass media, and the public knew about them. But in my particular department, we didn't have such instances. With respect to Your question, if I knew about this or if it was committed in my presence, that my subordinate or my colleague would, for example, committed such a violation of rights, accordingly, I would respond at once. I would terminate this violation at once. I would involve respective I would initiate the conduct of respective investigation. I would provide assessment. If we're talking about, for example, my previous work, we had such a unit as an internal security department, which was responsible for this direction of activities. So accordingly, this instance would be documented properly and would be notified, because my staff, my team, when I was working in the National Police, my team started from 8 subordinates, and then I had 120 subordinates, and I didn't have any situations like that you've mentioned. And my policy is the following: to disclose and investigate everything. Drago, I see that you still have your hand raised. Drago, do you have any additional questions, because you have your hand raised?
Yes, I have a short question. So during your answer to my question, you said the following, that for many years, you and your wife were not living together. You were living in a dormitory and your wife was living separately in an apartment in the same city. So I don't want to go into personal reasons, if there are personal reasons behind that, but let's say I'm really interested to know why didn't you live together?
Дякую за питання.
Thank you for your question. A small clarification. We used to live together with my wife. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. At first, we together lived in a dorm in another part of the city. And this apartment where we had this utility debts was located in a completely different neighborhood of the city. I lived in Podil region with my wife, and the apartment was located in Holosivsky district. Mikhailo, a short question. In July of 2018, you were appointed to the position of the detective of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. In 2023, you want to become its director. My question is the following. Did you have this ambitious strivings to become the head of the manager inside the NABU? And don't you believe that to start with attempts to become the director once you are a detective, it's too early for that? Thank you for your question. In 2019, in July, I was appointed to the position of the detective, and I passed the competitive selection among other candidates. That was the last wave of hiring to the NABU. And a lot of candidates aspired to take one position. If I'm not mistaken, about 200 people were participating in the competition for the position of the detective. Accordingly, as a result of interviews, the commission appointed me as a winner of this competition. And during my work in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, in 2022, 2 months ago, I was appointed before submitting documents. I was the detective, but as a result of participation in a new competition, I was appointed to the position of jurial position. Now I'm a senior detective. With respect to other managerial positions which could be attained in this position, the career growth in the NABU is so very slow. Because all persons appointed to these positions hold their positions for years, and this is one of the reasons. Accordingly, I would like to repeat that 2 months ago I was appointed to this position of the senior detective. Pavilas, yes, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'd like to return to the property issues, and my question is related to your mother's property. according to information which is provided during years 2017 and 2021, your mother acquired more than 60 agricultural land plots. And the total income of your mothers from 1998 to 2023 was about 514 Ukrainian hryvnias. So for me, it seems that the value of the movable and immovable property acquired by your mother significantly exceeds her incomes. So my question is, how could you explain these discrepancies?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. The Commission has received the documents about the income of my mother, and if I give some numbers to illustrate the official income, the official earnings of my mother are 1,513,225 as her pension, and her farming income that she runs comprises 2,282,000 hryvnia. This is a reporting received from the tax authority over 10 years. These reports were provided by me, submitted by me when answering the questions posed by the Commission. Also, I need to say that my mother has sold some assets throughout her lifetime. She sold part of the apartment, some facility. And I would also like to say that after the death of my father, my mother has inherited the funds of my deceased father, who had made his own income. So speaking of the income of my mother alone, they are well over the total money invested in purchasing the land lots. My parents have lived in the countryside all their lives. It is common for the local farmer to buy out the land lots from the landowners who would like to sell them. There are different scenarios. Some people in the village, some elderly people often have children who've moved to the city and they have no need of a landlord, so they are willing to sell them. My mom, from 2017 until present, has been buying their land lots whenever the opportunity arises, and the same is done by her friend farmers living in the village. So this is a very common practice. And I would also like to say that in a countryside, apart from the land relations, it's often difficult to find other opportunities, and land deals are very common and widely practiced. My farmers are amongst the most known farmers in Cherkasy. This is my answer.
Поки колеги шукають інформацію, за вами...
So whilst my colleagues are checking information, I have two questions I would like to pose to you. There are two vehicles registered in your name. How are they used, or how do you use them? And also, there are over 10 accounts, over 10 bank accounts registered in your name. They're either individual or bank vaults, and about the same number for your wife. Could you please tell us how they're used? You have them across different banks. We will not open the information, but if you could please elaborate. Thank you for your question. I do own two vehicles, GAZ make. The first is HAZ 66. It's 1966. It's a cargo vehicle. It was owned by my father. He died in 2017, and accordingly, I inherited this truck from my father. The other vehicle is Haas 24 make. It's a passenger vehicle. I bought it when working for the NABU. I use this car not on a daily basis. I use it rarely, I would say. In my previous job, in my criminal investigations unit, some of my colleagues had died, and I bought this vehicle out of the way to commemorate my fallen colleagues, as this was a highly risky job. So this is my answer about the vehicle. As for the bank accounts, these bank accounts are open. I opened them in my previous job as the department I worked in was serviced in one bank, and then they relocated to a different bank, relocated the accounts to a different bank. So since 2012 till 2022, these were the banks, and they're all linked to my salary account. If we decided not to name them publicly, one is a state-owned bank that is still used now, and all the other banks. Why such number? Up to 10. So we need to make a distinction. There's a bank account linked to the card, and there are sub-accounts that the bank registers automatically that are used purely technical for the bank processing purposes. There are electronic cards, internet cards amongst them. So this is the reason. Some of them haven't been used. For the last 3 years, I've been using just one bank card, and that is by the state-issued bank to which our salary is paid. The others are dormant, but the accounts will have to be closed through filing an application. And I would like to revert to the question Pavilas had asked. And now we have checked. The matter is, according to the data provided by the tax service, and the data is confirmed by the NABU document since 1998 till 2020. The income of your mother has constituted 513,874.58 kopeikas. So the question is, in 2017 until 21, your mother has bought 58 land lots amounted to over 2 million hryvnia. Thank you for your question. These calculations have only considered the official income, the place of work of my mother, and that was the library and the kindergarten in the village. This calculation does not include. I will interrupt you, but the tax service includes all the taxable income. So then it transpires that some money was received illegally on the black market. My mother is a head of the farming company. And what taxes has your mother paid on the income received through her farming company? I'm not prepared to answer the question. According to the tax service, she hasn't paid any. Following these questions, requests were sent to the tax authority, and mother has submitted her income statements over the 10 years. And that's 2,8 hryvnia. The documents have been submitted to the Commission.
Відповідно до
Thank you. According to the information available on the 18th of October 2017, your mother has bought a house through a purchase and sale agreement, and a landlord with the size of 0.25 hectares located in Chorna-Kamenka village, Mankovsky district in Cherkasy Oblast. What's the value of the property?
чи придбала ваша
And
мати за власні
did your mother buy it with her own income? Thank you for the question. Indeed, this house has been bought in 2017 in October by my mother for the value of 30,000 hryvnia. The landlord was bought for 20,000 hryvnia. This is a landlord under the house. This is a house that my father had planned to buy when he was still alive. His events of his youth are linked to my father, and my father has paid an advance in summer, but my father died suddenly in October, and the owners asked us whether we were buying the house. So we wanted to complete my father's intent, and we did buy the house. This house is located, is dilapidated. It hasn't been lived in for 20 years. The photographs have been added to my replies to the questions. It's dilapidated, and my father wanted to preserve the house to prevent it from being torn down. This is why he intended to buy it. The money for the purchase of the house were my father died on the 2nd of October, and a few days after his death, I provided the money because it was a major trauma for the family, so I did offer the money to buy the house to my mother. But she had her own money, and I supported her with the notary documentation of the deal.
Так, скажіть, будь ласка, з
Fine.
17 по 21 рік
From the year 2017 to 22, your sister has acquired 7 landlots through purchase and sale agreements. 2 lots were acquired free of charge
там же Маньківський район,
in the same area, Mankivsky district in Cherkasy region. What's the value of the property, and did she buy the landlords with her own money or not? Thank you for the question. Indeed, my sister has bought these landlords. As I was saying, most of them, 7 landlords, were bought by her, according to the information I have received from her. So she bought it over different periods, based on the same scenario as my mother was buying the land for her farming operation. So my sister, she visits her mother every weekend. She spends it with her. So she was buying the land lots whenever the opportunity arises, if there are some people wanting to sell them. These land lots have not been bought in a day. They've been acquired over years. So it could be 1 lot 1 year, 1 or 2 next year, depending on their availability and the owner willing to sell. As for the land lots received free of charge, indeed, according to the land laws and Article 118 of the Land Code, my sister has used her right. She has filed an application to the amalgamated territorial community to privatize a land lot. I would like to say it might be surprising for some, as most people live in the city, but in a countryside. All countryside residents have a number of land lots. It's usually more than one. Many of them are inherited, some that they use to grow produce. I know you've been asking me a lot of questions, but I just wanted to dispel the myth that it is not something unusual in an agrarian country with a lot of land relations. The land market is open now.
Чи є якась кількість земельних ділянок?
Is there a certain number of land lots? But our questions arise out of the situation when we compare the income with which they were acquired and the available income.
Я вже почув.
We've heard your answer, thank you. So let us transition to the vehicles now.
Відповідно до наявності
According to the information available to us, your mother, again, has acquired property in a vehicle, Toyota Camry 2016 make, worth 706, 741, гривня 44 копійка. Did she buy it with her own income or not? Thank you for your question. This vehicle was acquired by my mother and my father. Two of them took part in the deal, but it was registered in my mother's name. The source of income were my families, my mother's and my father's. My father was still alive then, and he offered the money. The money was stated in the purchase and sale agreement and documented with the deal at the time. They had used the vehicle up to the point before my father died. When my father died, the mother hasn't been using the car and gave it to my younger brother, who's been using it since 2017 until present in Kyiv.
ви користувались цим автомобілем?
Did you make use of the car? Yes, I did make use of the car. I last made use of it, if I remember correctly, in the summer 2022. And you didn't declare it? I used it for 2 days only. The matter is, there's a link in your profile saying in 2017 that there was a power of attorney issued to you for 10 years for the use of the car, and that is a grounds for declaration.
Так,
I'm not aware of the fact.
ваша мати
Moving on, your mother has acquired ownership in Skoda Octavia car made in 2013 worth 49,000 hryvnia.
власні кошти.
Did she buy it with her own money or not? Thank you for the question. Last year, 2022, my mother has bought Skoda Octavia of 2013
За 49 тисяч,
for 49,000 hryvnia, although the market value is over 200. Let me elaborate. As my mother has income from her farming operation, from her household operation, my sister has several children and my brother has children. My mother made a decision to help them buy the vehicles that are used by my sister and my brother, by the brother of my sister. Accordingly, I learned of this purchase only some time later. It was my sister and my mother who were documenting the purchase deal. They didn't have the knowledge and skills about the technical details of the car, the qualities of the car, the damage, etc. They sought assistance from a friend of the family, of my sister, who helped them find and buy the car. This vehicle was identified, and he was asked to find the vehicle. He found them in Kyiv. He bought it, registered it, and then he sold them to my mother and sister. The purchase and sale agreement stated 49,000 hryvnia. Once I saw the documents, the next day my sister and brother and mother made an assessment of the vehicle, of the both vehicles, Škoda Octavia, and the assessment showed that it's worth 294 hryvnia. The reason why the agreement makes a mention of 49,000 hryvnia, we've asked that question, and I did hear the previous candidate before me, so I could say that the situation is similar. His answer was that, yes, this is a common practice in Ukraine on the car market.
Thank you. We've heard that. I would like to raise the following issue with the Commission members. According to our agenda, we have 1 hour for an interview with a candidate, but we have a need to clarify some issues. So I suggest to continue the interview with this particular candidate, with Mr. Burtovy. If members of the Commission are not against that, I would like to vote for this issue. Who is in favor of continuing the interview with Mr. Burtovy and clarify on the questions? Drago, Pavilas, in favor, Kara in favor, Alexei and Kirilo in favor. Thank you. Thank you for your voting. Yes, please continue. Let's... Yes, you had a question. Yes, a brief question. We ask you to be very concise and brief because we have many candidates and not enough to delay the interview. So what is your attitude towards the opportunity of decreasing the taxation base in the agreement if this opportunity is A, allowed by the legislation to decrease the taxation basis, or as you've mentioned, there is such a tendency in Ukraine, such a practice to pay the minimum tax amount from transaction or from the income receipt. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Partially, it concerns my previous answer regarding the taxation of the amount that was specified in the sale and purchase agreement regarding the taxation base. Accordingly, I will provide complete information that those transactions that were conducted personally by me and my family with respect to the purchase of a vehicle, one vehicle, another vehicle, we specified the full price of this vehicle in the sale and purchase agreement. Accordingly, when we specify the real price of the vehicle, there are no problems, no questions about the taxation of these vehicles. When we have this 49,000 of hryvnias as a specified amount, accordingly, this concerns the situation with my relatives. These were vehicles which were sold by sellers for the first time, and according to the tax legislation, they did not require the payment of the tax. Accordingly, the state did not expect any taxations, regardless of whether the price would be 300,000 hryvnias or 49,000 hryvnias. So the situation would have been the same. With respect to the second and third sales, accordingly, the tax legislation sets out the payment of the respective percentage. I was not asking you about the legislation. I was asking about your attitude when people decrease the taxation basis, when it is set out by the law or when this is the tendency, practice, and no one checks this. Of course, negative attitude. Okay, thank you. Then we have a next question to you. According to available information, on the 16th of August of 2022, your mother again acquired the right of ownership for a vehicle, Nissan Qashqai, manufactured in 2019, valued at 49,000 hryvnias. What was while the real market price is over 400,000 hryvnias. But I think there is no meaning to ask this question because we've already heard your position regarding all the previous vehicles bought by your mother. But let me say a few words, please. They were bought by this person whom I've mentioned, the friend of the family. The same person was buying Skoda and Nissan at the same time. Once this person returned all the documents accordingly, the estimate was carried out, and I specified this amount to the commission.
Добре.
Okay.
7 лютого
On the 7th of February of 2019, your brother, under the deed of gift, acquired the right of ownership for an apartment with an area of 42.3 square meters located in Kyiv. Can you please, we asked you a question from whom your brother received this property as a gift, based on which legal grounds and at which price. In your explanations, you've answered that your brother acquired this apartment under the deed of gift from our mother again. And based on the sale and purchase of an agreement in 2014, this apartment was bought by your father. Would you like to add anything to this? I can provide a full answer regarding this history of the purchase and the gift of this apartment. There was a question about the person who gave this gift, my mother, gifted this apartment, and she accordingly inherited this apartment from my father. She inherited it without any financial expenses. My father bought this apartment in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. And accordingly, my father paid for this apartment. So my mom inherited this apartment, and then my mother gave away this apartment as a gift to my brother. Okay. And probably in order to complete our story with questions with vehicles, according to available information, you specified in your asset declaration that the value of GAZ-24 manufactured in 1986, acquired by you into ownership on the 3rd of July of 2000, amounted to 54,000 hryvnias. At the same time, according to the information, the price of such vehicle amounted to 2,000 hryvnias back then. So what's the reason for this discrepancy and supporting documents? Thank you for your question. In 2020, yes, there was carried out the transaction by me regarding the purchase of this vehicle. I told you the story about this vehicle in more detail. With respect to the discrepancy in the value, in the price, I would like to point out that while buying this vehicle, I was present. It was bought by me personally. The sale and purchase agreement was concluded in my presence, and the amount that was specified by me in the declaration was given in the sale and purchase agreement. After that, because of technical mistakes, the administrator of the service center entered incorrect information into the register. I didn't know about this before I received the question from the commission. I continued declaring the real value of this vehicle. I sent a request to the service center regarding this value, and I received a response that yes, really, they entered incorrect value of this vehicle into the database. They informed me that they would carry out the official investigation and that this discrepancy would be eliminated. This is a technical error that was not made by me. I provided the sale and purchase agreement to the commission, and there's indicated the price and the value that I specify in my declarations. Okay, thank you.
Мабуть, у мене
And probably I have a last question to you. There is such information which was published in the village in Cherkas region. Brothers Burtovi used their own funds to modernize the ambulatory clinic. The Burtovi's brothers carried out repairs in Chernokamenka ambulatory clinic and installed new roof and carried out a range of civil works with an area of 250 square meters, etc., etc., etc. Can you please tell us which were the years when this happened? How much did you spend out of your own funds for this ambulatory clinic? Can you please explain us? Yes, thank you for your question. These repairs of this ambulatory clinic in this village that you've mentioned, that is the small local clinic, as we call it in the village. Yes, ambulatory clinic. This was in emergency situation. I'm talking about the roof of this building. And by accident, 2 years ago, I was in the village. I entered this old building, and I saw how a nurse was putting buckets because there was water dropping from the roof. Accordingly, my brother and I discussed this, and we repaired this building of the roof. When we started repairing the roof of this building, accordingly, the nurse asked also to repair, to have some repairs in the corridor. Accordingly, we just bought the emulsion materials, and the residents of the village were doing that. My brother and I were paying for 2 local construction workers to have these repairs of the roof. We had the same roof, but it was repaired, and as a result of that, there were no leakage anymore in the roof. It happened when I was already working in the NABU. The amount of expenses amounted to about 70,000 hryvnias, if I'm not mistaken. 75,000 hryvnias. The amount that these funds were provided by my brother, half of these funds, and I provided a half of these funds. We were not spending a lot of funds because the repairs of the roof were carried out by locals, and everyone realized that it was very important for the locals and for provision of services to the village residents. And it took about 2 or 3 weeks. And before that, the ambulatory clinic were leaking for 12 years. So you managed to repair of the roof and to paint the roof, ceiling and walls, to install new doors, to install lighting, to cover tiles close to the heating stations for 75,000 hryvnias. And now old people watch TV on a new plasma TV, sitting conveniently and comfortably in new chairs. Can you please allow me to explain this? Yes, please explain. I will buy the plasma TV cheaply as well. The TV was of Chinese manufacturing. My brother bought it in a store for 4,300 hryvnias. That's the TV we are talking about. I don't advise you to buy such a TV, but with respect to these construction, civil works and paint works, we bought 2 buckets of paint for interior works and some small buckets with emulsion. We bought one door, which were installed instead of the previous old doors. So we bought 2 lamps to install them outside, which cost about 150 hryvnias. So that's why the expense on these repairs amounted to about 70,000 hryvnias for materials. The roof remained the previous roof, but it was just capitally repaired. Since it was the metal roof specialist, local specialist, repaired it, rechecked it, installed wooden installations. It was the degree, the angle of the roof was corrected, and all these expenses corresponded to the real ones and to the reality. That's true. Yes, please. Thank you. I have a question to you. In 2018, you graduated from Uman University of Guardianship under the specialty of accounting and taxation. In 2021, you graduated from the National University of Biological Resources and Nature Resources under the specialty of agronomy, and you received a master's degree. That was in 2021. I have the following question to you. Can you please tell me, what does agronomy mean for you? What is more interesting for you, agriculture or work in the NABU? Thank you for your question. Yes, really. This educational level was obtained by me. I would not stop at this. I would like to continue it. First of all, once I got my second economic degree in 2017 in Uman University, the correlation in which I could receive my next education were the following. I was choosing between the agricultural sphere and my passion, that is knowledge in the sphere of civil aviation. But since civil aviation relates to my passions and hobbies more, it required a lot of time, and therefore I chose this agricultural direction. Why agricultural direction? Because while working in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, on a quarterly basis, I am a member of investigator and lots of criminal proceedings regarding investigations in criminal affairs in the agricultural sphere. And accordingly, the knowledge that we need to investigate these criminal proceedings will always be useful, because today the criminal proceeding gets to the detective where you investigate the construction, for example, of an underground line where you have to pay lots of attention and to dedicate lots of time to get respective knowledge, because you are not a specialist in this sphere. Accordingly, we involve specialists who speed up the process and provide consultations to us. And accordingly, since a range of proceedings in our unit in which we participate, and in which we carry out investigative actions, they concern the agricultural sphere. Accordingly, we have some questions as well regarding that, and we have answers to some of these questions. We have problems about documents, embezzlement of grain, fertilizers, documenting and embezzlement of funds related to the subjective mens rea, documenting of damages, etc. I would like to point out that the knowledge that I've obtained in this sphere, agricultural sphere, are quite useful and have a positive impact on our work in the NABU regarding the investigation of proceedings which we have in our unit. And accordingly, this is my argument regarding the specialty and this education that I obtained. Yes, please. You are saying that one education, second education, third education, and you are still working at the same time. What's the next question? That's a rhetorical question, but I'm talking that isn't it a burden for you? Does it not interfere with the fulfillment of your professional duties? Because studies and the receipt of the academic degree, it all requires time. And as far as I understand, time outside of work. Thank you for your question. Yes, it requires lots of time and the correlation of this time as well. Over the past 2 years, I obtained 15 times I took short-term annual leaves for the period of respective training, studies, online exam sessions and modules, and while studying. So accordingly, the result of all of this is the correlation of time and its planning and time management for a day, month, a week, year, including my work time and study time. Sorry for interrupting you, but we had this information that you participated in the auto. Yes? Yes. Anti-terrorist operation. In general, because it's we have a live broadcast. So what did you do, when, and during which period of time?
Thank you for the question. In 2015, me and my colleagues made the decision to contribute to the upcoming rotation to the anti-terrorist operation in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. When being deployed there, I took part in 27 missions that were then made on Karachun Hora. This was a height in the location, and I took part in the special operation in Krasnohirivka of Luhansk region. It's part of the gray zone. And then jointly with the security service staff of Ukraine, the National Guards battalion, named after Kulchitsky, it was deployed in the area at the time. We don't need to go into that level of detail, perhaps, since we're on air. Tell us about the duration of your deployment. This information has been made public by the Security Service of Ukraine, and it's in public access to. I am only voicing the publicly disclosed information by the Security Service of Ukraine. As for my term of deployment, it was roughly 3 months. It was further extended for another 2 weeks because at the time the reform was ongoing in the system of the Ministry of Interior, and the law on national police was enacted only. So we stayed for another 2 weeks. These are the time frames. Any other questions for the candidate? If there are no further questions, we would like to thank you and wish you all the best.
Продовжуємо наші співбесіди.
So let's continue with our interviews.
Нагадати Олександру Павловичу
I would like to remind Alexander Vikul about the way we are going to proceed. A questionnaire was sent to you. In turn, you have provided your answers and documents whenever possible. Now we will discuss them. So we'll be asking you to provide us answers limited to a few minutes. And afterwards, we may ask you some follow-up questions or any other questions that the members of the selection committee may seem fit.
Так, будь ласка, чи є у вас відвід до когось із членів конкурсу?
Do you have a recusal of any members of the selection committee? No, I do not. Fine, let us continue then. Our question to you is then. It was sent to you. According to the declaration for 2022, on the 25th of August 2015, you bought a vehicle, Mercedes-Benz passenger vehicle of 2007 make, worth 149,000 hryvnia. In the questionnaire you submitted for the competition, you have stated that this was the price set by the seller organization and stated in the invoice. And this is the price you have quoted in the declaration. So did you buy this asset with your own income? If you would please explain the source of the money. Indeed, I did buy the car. I bought it with my own money. In 2015, prior to this, I sold my older car, Mercedes, made in 1895. I had a temporary garage that I had sold too, so I added some more money to buy this car in 2015. Fine. So you've sold your previous car for 65,000 hryvnia, a metal garage for 35,300, and you're telling us that you earned the remainder working for the prosecution office of Vinnytsia district and the general prosecution office. For 2013, your aggregate income comprised 90,000, and in 2014, 143,000 hryvnias. So our point is that you've used your savings from your salaries that you earned. I was working there, my wife was working there also, making money. We kept saving up and putting money aside, and this is the largest expense we had met. This was the most expensive family purchase in our lifetime. We kept saving once we bought the old car, so we were able to buy this new car. There's a mention of the assessment of the value of the car and what value stated in the purchase and sale agreement. Unfortunately, I did not keep the contract. At that time, it was an assessment of the old car, 95-year car. I provided it to the commission. It was a 65,000 hryvnia. The assessor valued it at this price, and this is the price that I have reported in my documents. As for the new car, I'll tell you honestly, I bought it in Kiev at the market. I made 4 trips from Vinnytsia to buy it, and when buying it and documenting it, I wasn't very careful as I was tired, and I did have issues I did have a question about the assessment made because we had agreed on a price with the seller and he said, this is always I do it, this is my assessment. As the assessor, I have the certificate and this is the price I universally put and I cannot put it any higher. Then I looked into the matter and I read the explanation and I saw that this price evaluation did not affect the taxes paid as myself and the seller were making the first transaction in a year. The tax payable on a sale of the car is paid by the seller who gets the revenue. In this case, no, there was no omission in payment of the taxes to the budget. It's not what we are asking you about. We are asking you about the procedure, the algorithm, even if it does not lead to consequences. This was the nature of our question. The second question. According to property declaration for 22, on the 29th of 5/209, based on the purchase and sale agreement, you acquired a property right to an apartment with an area of 58.2 square meters located in the city of Vinnytsia at the address Kievska 27, the value 100,000 hryvnia. Would you please explain, did you buy the asset with your own income? No, I did not buy this asset with my money. I didn't buy it for myself. In my family, there is my mother, my father, and my sister. I think it was in 2002 or 2003 that my mother went abroad to earn the money, as we say, as it happens in our country, and she managed to save up some money. She was sending the money to me as she trusted me, and on her request, I made use of her money. This apartment was purchased for my sister. She was then completing her studies, completing her exams. Accordingly, she went on to live in the apartment with her husband and her family. So I have no moral claim on the apartment. Legally, I'm the owner on paper, but I have no moral right to dispose of this apartment. And I hope, and there was a question about changing the property deed, because I had to declare my income to prevent questions about me, why I needed two apartments. But then it transpired that the apartment layout was somewhat changed, and there were complexities about documenting them, and we didn't have the time to do it before the start of the launch of the declaration. And then we realized that we would need to pay about $800 for changing the title if I change the title from myself to my sister. But if we do it through my mother 3 years afterwards, then the costs would be less. So we decided, I made the decision to wait for my mother's return, and when she returns, hopefully that's going to happen soon from Norway, then we will change the title so that this would not be attributed to me. So it appears that you bought the apartment with the earnings of your mother handed to you. You documented in your own name, but your sister is living there. My sister is living there. She pays the utilities. They're registered there. She lived there before the breakout of the war, but now she's temporarily in Oslo. We have the third question to you. There is a power of attorney about the money transferred Have any taxes been paid in Ukraine on the money transferred? As for the money transferred by my mother, they have not. It's an old matter. But how do you feel about these transfers made between the individuals? Are they taxable? I agree with you. It's a relevant question, and I feel that some mechanisms need to be introduced for everyone to pay the taxes. Now that my mother returns, she will need to have a labor record. So to buy this labor record, she will need to pay the pension fees to the pension fund. The way it was done then, she was making her first remittances when I was still a student in Kharkiv. Then the money would arrive at my account and I would transfer them to the deposit account. And I'll tell you honestly, I did not quite think of the declaration and taxes back then, and no one guided me to it. What would you have done now? Now I feel that I would have filed a declaration. Now I don't need to receive it. As a public official, I'm not entitled to receive the income from other sources that are not linked to my place of work. So I would have asked my mother to do it differently, and I would recommend sending the money to my sister who doesn't have the commitments. But in principle, if such income is received, then it has to be declared and the tax has to be paid on it. I don't think it makes sense to invent anything, as under the tax code, the income tax is payable by the tax resident from sources obtained in Ukraine or elsewhere, if we talk about a tax resident, but that's a separate subject matter. So everything is regulated by the law. If I might respond, I agree with you. It is there, it is stipulated, but the practice shows that our people, unfortunately, if there's no proper oversight over the process, at least if there's no formal oversight, the law is not complied with at all times. I know it from my first-hand experience as I worked for the prosecution office in general oversight sector, and I conducted inspections. And if there's no stringent control in place, if there is no person conducting oversight and monitoring who would be documenting, then unfortunately, the comment could not be heard. I agree with you there. Nowadays, I would have acted differently. But in 2003 and 2004, unfortunately, the situation was different in our country. The circumstances were different. Fine. Let's leave history aside and discuss present day. According to Property Declaration for 22, on the 25th of October 2005, you acquired a property right to an apartment with an area of 43.3 square meters located in Vinnytsia city worth 133,825 hryvnia. If you could please explain, did you buy the apartment with your own money? And if yes, if you would please explain the sources of your income. As for this apartment, I would also say that first I bought this apartment for myself in 2005, and then a few years later I bought an apartment for my sister in 2009. So again, my mom contributed some of the money for the apartment, about $10,000 approximately, and I took out a bank loan for $15,000 at the time. There is a formal procedure of helping the young families cover some of the interest rates on the mortgages, and I did make use of this fund. We drew an agreement for covering some of the interest, and I got this youth fund covering some of the interest on my mortgage. So this is how I was able to raise the money to buy an apartment. Up till present, I'm still living in this apartment with my family. Currently, my wife and my children are also staying in Oslo with the breakout of war, but I'm waiting for their return. Fine. What was the bank and what was your mortgage? It was Ukrsbank, and the mortgage, I did provide the mortgage agreement to the Commission. You mentioned equivalent to, a mortgage equivalent to $15,000, but it's 15,000 euro stated in the agreement. What was the currency? I must have made a mistake. It must have been euro. Forgive me. And still one generalizing question that I would like to ask you. Before, you have referred to, and you will keep referring to, the fact that you have received the money from your mother working in Norway. Can you give any confirmation to the fact? The last remittance happened more than 10 years ago. I did not keep the documents. The only confirmation that I have was the written explanation provided by my mother. Unfortunately, I haven't kept the documents. Her explanation is not a document. The last remittance was made in my wife's name. I didn't find them. What about the tax declaration of your mother working there, receiving the payment? Can you provide anything of this sort? Unfortunately, I cannot provide anything of this nature because my mom is not documented officially there. Therefore, she doesn't have a labor agreement, and there are no official documents I can provide from that country, unfortunately. Now my mother has received the documents. She's been there since 2010. She's been there since 2002 or 2003. She's been there for 20 years and still she has no legal source of income. Once the war broke out, she received the documents entitling her to stay, and she told me she was intending to sign up for the meeting at the tax authority to be issued the insurance code so that she could have a labor agreement. She didn't have a chance to document. What are the legal grounds for your mother staying in this country for all the duration? You've told us she's been there for almost like 20 years.
Доходу ніякого. Вона
With no
нелегально.
legal source of income. Is she an illegal migrant then? Thank you. Unfortunately.
Так, будь ласка, питання.
Another question then?
На питання, яке вам надсилала.
So we've sent you the next question. On the 29th of October 2019, your sister acquired a right to a vehicle, Volkswagen Passat, made in 2001, worth 49,999 hryvnia.
Скажіть, будь ласка,
Tell us, please,
вам підстави
do you know the grounds, the sources of funding with which this legal deed was made? When the Commission asked me the question, I did ask my brother-in-law, who was in charge of buying the vehicle, and from the questions from the Commission, I realized that there was a magic number of 49,999 hryvnia. He worked in the interior troops and the National Guards for an extensive period, and before his retirement, he received the retirement compensation and the leave benefits. He provided explanations and the documents confirming his income. And in my opinion, the document was sufficient. He has also explained that he had enough money to buy the vehicle. It's not a new vehicle, and it's not very fit. The engine is in trouble. It needs to go through the capital repairs. The 49,000 as a number I cannot explain. According to him, this was the agreement that he entered with the seller. It's documented in my sister's name, but she was not involved in the purchase and sale, and she also provided the explanation saying she doesn't know the circumstances of the purchase and sale, the valuation of the car. I asked them to provide the explanations, and I have submitted them to the Commission and have the photograph of the car showing that it is not of much value.
Okay, my next question is the following. On the 26th of December of 2014, your father acquired the right of ownership for an apartment with the area of 46.8 square meters located in the town of Gnivane of Tyvriev district of Vinnytsia region based on the sale and purchase agreement. Please specify the price of this property and explain whether your father bought this property using his own funds or not. Yes. So, yes, really. My father bought this apartment using his own funds. He used to work since 2001 to 2007 in Portugal. He worked officially based under the labor contract, and I've provided the Commission with a copy of some documents from Portugal that he has. During that period of time, he accumulated a specific amount of funds, and accordingly, this apartment in Gnivane that was bought, that is my native town, he bought it from my aunt, that is the sister of his brother, and she was the owner of this apartment, and since he had a new common law wife, they decided to live not in our house, but in this apartment, and to buy this apartment, and they live there. He explains that he earned his own funds. I'm sure that no one gifted anything to him. This is a comment. You cannot comment on personal circumstances of your family, of other persons, because we all agree. Thank you. That's comment. Okay, thank you. The next question. On the 26th of April of 2013, your father-in-law, based on the declaration on readiness of the object for use, acquired the right of ownership for a residential house with an area of 62.2 square meters located in the town of Lubotin of Kharkiv region. The same question as in the previous case. Do you know about the price of the construction, using which funds it happened? Please provide explanations. Yes, really, as it turned out, I found it from the questionnaire as well. In 2017, my father-in-law commissioned this house. My mother and I went to this house. This is the house of her parents. I was in that house several times. That's an ordinary small house. He bought some old houses. They used to live there for some time. And since 2014, I guess, to 2017, he was constructed it using his own efforts. At first, he lived in town Yampil. They sold the house there. Some funds they received from the sale of that house, they bought a land plot and started the construction of this house in Lubotin. And slowly and gradually, he was constructing this house. He performed lots of civil works on his own and built this house. I do not know the ultimate price and value of this house. I asked him to tell me, but he told me that they had been accumulating funds for quite a long period of time, so he cannot. Yes, please, Draga, I see your raised hand.
Thank you. Well, according to the NAZICA, you have received interest from 3 banks. So my question is the following one. Why do you use 3 banks for your finances? Any particular reason for that?
Yeah, of course, there is a reason for that. The reason is that not to keep eggs in all one basket, let's call it like that. My main bank is Ukr Bank. The main amount of funds is stored there. Plus, I have some deposits in Privat Bank. We decided to, when my son was born, we decided to open one deposit. At first, my daughter was born, then we opened a deposit. So for her, let's call it like that, for interest to be accrued there in order to give this deposit to her. When my son was born, similarly, my wife opened a deposit account for him. So this happened like that. Plus, I received salary in yet another bank. So that's why, yes, I really have many accounts in different banks, which I declare that I have these open bank accounts in different banks. Okay. Next question that we have is that according to your asset declaration for 2022, you declared foreign currency for the amount of 41,623 euros and 7,282 euros. Can you please explain, did you declare your own funds? If yes, what supporting documents you have? I can explain. The only thing is the same, which I explained before about the source of origin of funds. This is the funds sent to me by my mom, and this is the amount of funds which she managed to accumulate. In addition to these 2 apartments, which she helped to buy, my apartment, my sister's apartments, this is the remaining amount of her funds, which she managed to earn over the years. The only thing that I can explain is that since 2011, I annually declared the significant amount of funds in all the declarations, and on deposit account, there are some interest accrued. I added, and this amount has been increasing gradually, and since there was inflation of hryvnia with respect to euros, there was a sudden increase in hryvnia, and in euro it was a gradual, insignificant increase in the amounts at the accounts. That's the source of origin of these euros that we are talking about right now. Unfortunately, Since I provided the Commission with the banking deposit account as of 2013, which I didn't throw away, this is the oldest agreement that I have. It confirms that as of 2013, I had a specific amount of funds, and it was confirming interest as well. So that is why that's the only explanation I can provide regarding this funds. Okay. Okay. In 2014, you declared the receipt of income from Norway personally by you in the amount of $5,000 and by members of family members in the amount of $1,600. Besides, in your asset declaration for 2014, you declared 815,000 hryvnias at the bank account. At the same time, you declared that these 815,000 hryvnias include 43,300 hryvnias deposited by you at accounts during the same year. In turn, in section income in the declaration for 2014, you specified income from dividends and interest in the amount of 47,290 hryvnias. Please explain this situation. Yes, so maybe for a person who formed these questions had a question why, because that the income is specified in hryvnia. And the form of the declaration did not allow to declare the received income because, for example, interest, these are revenues from the deposit in Ukreksambank. So I could not declare it in euro. I had to transfer it into hryvnias using the currency exchange rate in order to show all the received income and interest, and I declared it in hryvnia. And similarly, existence of this amount of over 800,000 hryvnias, that corresponds everything. There is no discrepancy with respect that. And $5,000, that's the last payment made by my mom before I asked her not to transfer funds to me anymore. This was in 2014. And then we had strengthened rules of declaring after that. So therefore, that's the situation that we had. There are no discrepancies regarding that. I've provided the documents for 2014 to the Commission. I have more recent bank statements for subsequent years, but the question was about 2014, so I provided supporting documents for 2014. My family members that transferred to my wife in the amount of $1,600. And I've also provided my mom's explanations. Okay. Please. Declaring income from gifts. You have 2014, 15, 16, 17, and etc. Do you have any supporting documents or data to confirm that? Because you just declare the specific amount as a gift and that's it. The only document that I found that is a bank statement of my wife in 2014 and 2015. And when she was withdrawing these funds, they were sent by Western Union and she withdrew them from the account. And there you can see that for 2014-2015, that this amount was received in cash. Basically, unfortunately, back then, this was not a very topical issue. This was not mandatory to preserve all the documents back then. That is why we didn't do that. Maybe I was not very attentive regarding this issue, and I haven't preserved documents till now. But I've provided my mother's explanations. She has provided her explanations. Unfortunately, I can't provide any other documents. According to your declaration for 2015, you declared two income from the sale of movable property in the amount of 65,000 and 35,000 hryvnias. But you declared possession of only one vehicle, Mercedes-Benz, manufactured in 1995, in your declaration for 2014. Explain this. Yes, really. With respect to 65,000 hryvnias, it's obvious that that was Mercedes-Benz sold, and the other amount, 35,000 hryvnias, that was the sale of metal garage that was movable property. This was not subject to declaring as temporary property back then. Movable, sorry, not temporary, movable property. Therefore, so you declared garage as movable property. It was mental, it was temporary, it was standing on a specific land plot, and it could. I declared the land plot separately. I showed the use of the land plot. But garage is not a real estate object. It is not commissioned, and respectively, I did not declare it back then. Back then, the form of the declaration that existed then in 2015 did not set out the declaring of the garage, and that's why it wasn't included there. But the land plot was declared by me as in my use at Korolenko Street with an area of 25 square meters. And for the commission not to have any doubts about this garage, I took a photo of this garage. It's still standing there. That's this street.
Договір купівлі-продажу гаражу.
The sale and purchase of agreement for the garage for 35,000 hryvnias. Do you have it? No, I don't have it. The legislation did not require to execute the sale through the sale and purchase agreement of movable property. And therefore, accordingly, I did not have it. I don't have it. We did not conclude the agreement. The main issue with the garage is not the garage itself, because its price is insignificant. The main issue is its location, because this is... okay, that's another question. I have a non-financial question to you now. According to information that we've received from civil society organization, you are quite active in the social media, in particular in Facebook. And you mentioned there that there are two sides of the conflict, and there is a guilt of both parties when there is a problem, implying that in Ukraine, Ukraine has its own guilt for the conflict. Within the framework of ethical rules, can you please tell us what's the guilt of Ukraine in the situation that what was happening in 2014 and then into 2022? Thank you for your question. It's quite complicated. And to explain it simply, of course, with simple words, it's easy to explain my position, why I posted these particular phrases. It's impossible to do that simply and quickly. And the way you phrase the question, yes, if you take some words out of the context, you can reach this conclusion that I'm allegedly implying that there is that Ukraine is to blame for this conflict. I did not use these particular words and phrases. And to say that we are to blame for something, that we have some guilt, I can't say that. And I have never stated that Ukraine is to blame for the start of the conflict. My main idea in this post in the Facebook that I've posted, there was a series of posts, and it all comes down to the fact that, in my opinion, if we in some situations had behaved in a different way, in particular with respect to the conflict, language conflict, all those issues, all those questions that are concerning for our enemies. Great. Just to be brief, you mentioned language problem, language issue, maybe there are some other issues as well. And in your opinion, how Ukraine should have behaved in this situation? Thank you. In my opinion, we should have
мали б
refuted those narratives and stories that our enemies were disseminating against us, which were their main arguments that they disseminated with respect to us. Look, to be clear, I see a reason that the government of our neighboring country is lying to its citizens, cynically lying to citizens from the TV and providing inaccurate information about us to them. If we had focused and tried to refute this information, then not to follow their lead and to continue their narratives and stories and to confirm that, but to refute everything. I think that we could have convinced citizens of the neighboring country that we are friendly in our attitude to their citizens, and maybe they would not have been in a war against us. Thank you. I would like to draw attention to the fact that the way you phrased the question, that I believe that we are to blame for something, unfortunately, I don't believe like that. I really believe that we are not to blame for anything, but in some moments we could have conducted in another way in order to bring our victory closer. Thank you. I just wanted to support to what Alexei has referred, because based on those thematic posts, they concerned the fact that hatred and desire for Russians' death prolongs war, the criticisms of negative attitude towards Russians, some narrative that there are good Russians as well, that both parties are to blame for conflict and Ukraine has made a lot of mistakes, etc., etc. In my opinion, your explanation is idealistic right now, to some extent. The Russian government has put into the heads of its citizens some narratives, ideas. So we should have resisted that. How? To take away their TVs? Because in communication in the life of the country, I never felt some attitude towards Russian speakers that would be wrong. Yes, I believe that we have one state language right now, exclusively one. And that's not only the demand of Ukraine, it's one state language which is used to have teaching, judicial proceedings, but to communicate in any other language, please, you're welcome. Russian, Ukrainian, English, any language you want. But that's not the topic for our discussion today. Yes, I say, please. Please, Karen, you're welcome to ask your question.
So I think the point that we're trying to make here with this questioning is, one of the ethical considerations about being the director of NABU is how you portray yourself in social media. And so I'd like you to explain, should you be selected as the director of NABU, what your position will be on your own personal social media postings and accounts, knowing that you now represent this very highly regarded law enforcement organization.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. Accordingly, if the decision were made about my appointment, clearly my personal opinions I would keep to myself, and my work is my work. So in the future, all the opinions, all the presence in the social media would be done officially according to the work and the institution and the tasks and objectives set before the NABU. Unfortunately, it seems to me that certain words that were read here.
Скажімо так, кожен той, хто читав ці соціальні пости,
Anyone reading the posts in the social media
знайшов собі те, скажімо так, що
could find something that appealed to them.
скажімо, трошки інший зміст, мені здається, більш філософський.
My content was somewhat different. It was more philosophic.
Громадянам не зрозуміло, я б
If
видалив би
it wasn't clear, I would have deleted it
і цю роботу.
and I would have stopped it.
Дякуємо. Повілас, будь
Thank you. Pavilas, over to you.
Thank you. My question is very similar to Karen's question. Sorry for saying that, but it seems that very often you followed unwritten rules. I would say sometimes immoral norms. But my question is, how are you sure, or why are you sure that after becoming a head of NABU, you will change and comply with the legal norms?
Дякую
Thank you.
за запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Ну, наскільки я, скажімо так, свою діяльність оцінюю,
As far as I see my own presence in the social media, I have not broken any laws.
твердження, оті, які мною зроблені,
And the statements that I had made
скажімо так, більше з точки зору моралі, аніж
are in the
ну, їх
area of morale.
стосувати в
They are not applicable in some legal setting and some legal framework.
Я намагаюсь дотримуватись
I try to follow the law,
публічні висловлювання, які я оголошую,
and the public statements that I make,
вони не суперечать закону.
as far as I know, are not going contrary to the law.
Шкода, що якби
So I'm sorry
сприйняло
if this is how it was seen by the public.
чуть там не зробили мене робить
They
держави, що я от
almost made me the enemy of the state, trying to support the other side.
не зовсім інша мета.
But the goal was very different.
Що
In my opinion,
в певних моментах
at certain times,
нашу перемогу.
we could have accelerated our victory
Якщо ми зможемо пошвидше громадян Росії
if we can persuade the people of Russia in our friendly treatment of the people of Russia,
влада їх може гнати
because their government may be quarreling them to our borders. We will keep them away, but they have no right. They're sent to their death. Pavilas, would you like to follow up with the question? You still have your hand raised.
Well, there is a legal responsibility, very important. But from my point of view, there is a moral responsibility too, which frequently, for me at least, is even more important. Just short remark.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Так, якщо питань більше немає,
Unless there are some follow-up questions, we will thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Продовжуємо наш сьогоднішній
Let
захід.
us continue with our event today. We are conducting the interviews with Власюк Vitaly Viktorovich. Vitaly Viktorovich, I would like to remind you that we'll follow the following procedure. An questionnaire was sent out to you with the questions that we formed as a commission, and we'll be following them. I'll be asking you the question, and I will ask you to answer according to your discretion. Should we have any follow-up or additional questions, the members of the Commission shall pose them, but this does not rule out that some other questions may arise that are not connected to the questionnaire. My request is if you would please limit your answers to 2 minutes, because there are 20 questions times 2 equals 40 minutes. So, and another logistical point, a question to you: do you wish to recuse any members of the competition commission? I trust the members of the commission entirely. I do not wish to recuse anyone. I have a question. Can I reply in English? Yes, of course.
Переходимо. Перше питання.
So our first question.
Вам на праві власності
You own
половина квартири площі
half an apartment of 48.6 square meters in Kyiv, half an apartment with an area 39.7 square meters in Kyiv, a land lot with an area of 1,379 square meters in a settlement Kozyn, Obuchiv, district of Kyiv, Oblast, land lot with an area of 315 square meters in the same settlement of Kozyn, a vehicle Lexus RX 350 made in 2020, and a vehicle Tesla Model S 2017 issue. If you would please explain the origin of money to buy this said real and movable property, and please refer to the documents confirming this. Over to you.
Commission, Honorable Head of the Commission, I'll explain everything you want, and I prefer do it in English, so the international part of the Commission would understand perfectly what I'm saying. So regarding the questions, there is a group of questions regarding my financial statement and financial statement of my family. I'd like to stress here that I was registered as a private entrepreneur in 2004. When I was 16, it was allowed under the Civil Code of Ukraine to get such a registration even before I get adult, even before I get 18 years. Since that, I brought these papers, official statement of tax authorities of Ukraine. I'm not very good in accounting. I'm quite good in math, but not in accounting. But I'm reckoning that my incomes in that since 2004 would be like maybe 15 million of your hryvnias. That's quite a number. Same way, my family have been all the members of my family. They all have been active in business. They all have been active in their career. So that's quite obvious for me that we could possibly have earned all that money and buy all that real estate, whatever you're asking me for.
Запитання які-небудь є уточнюючі?
Do we have any follow-up questions? Any clarifying questions at this point? Not yet.
Друге питання.
So the question, amongst the assets in your property declaration, you have stated a hand watch Omega, and an icon, an ancient icon in silver color, some artworks. Would you please explain how you acquire these items and what are the sources of income?
Pretty much same question because it's all about my my finances. I think, as I stated just previously, that my financial opportunities which I had gave me every chance to buy all the things which I did. Some of them, okay, because for example, partly some of them were in possession of my wife before our marriage. That is why I think that everything is quite clear here. All the things are in possession of my family, of personally in my possession or in possession of my wife. To be frankly, I'm not sure, but it's my watch, Omega watch, which was bought first by my father in 2004, and then he gave it to me in 2006. I'm not sure where is that watch right now, but you may see I'm not a person who wears a lot of things. That is why.
Питання. Будь ласка.
Ну, тобто, виходячи з вашої відповіді,
In other terms, based on your answer, you have given an approximate value in your declaration, not the exact value.
не думали про те, щоб провести
And you never considered making an assessment of these valuables that mean to you in order to reflect them in the declaration or not to.
Purchased too many years ago. I'm not sure I can. I don't have like papers on like checks, like receipts on that purchasing, and I'm not sure I need to run like official consideration of its price. I just don't need it. You can easily check the price if you just browse the internet. I'm quite sure what's the model of my Omega watch. It costed back to then like $6,000, maybe $7,000 of US dollars. That is why I'm considering these things quite reasonable to be indicated in the declaration.
Так, пробачте. Драго, будь ласка.
Drago, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Vlasyuk, basically very simple question. Having in mind your property situation, then the fact, let's say, that you're very, obviously a very good lawyer, and it means having in mind your positions, currently the fact that you're managing partner of a law firm, but also having the fact that you, in the past, let's say, you have criticized NABU several times publicly. What is your motive to run for the position of the NABU director? Because for sure, let's say, the salary which the NABU director has is much, much lower than you are receiving right now. And I'm sure you know that being a NABU director involves a lot of work, being exposed to serious criticism for all sides, sometimes you're being exposed to threats. So I really would like to know what are your incentives to run for this position?
Okay, Mr. Kosh, thank you for your question. I would say very shortly that my main reason to run for this position is the deepest feeling of social responsibility I possess. You may track all my feelings, all my responsibilities back to like 2007, 2008, when I participated like a member of the Parliament of Youth Council at my Institute of International Relations of Kyiv National Taras Shevchenko University. Then I did a lot of projects pro bono For example, I was trying to elaborate legislation on parking in Ukraine. Then I was trying, and I did participate in elaborating and drafting the law regarding the bullying in schools, and so on and so forth. Right now, I'm earning not so many. My salary monthly it's about a little bit more than $1,000 now. But given my general financial situation, I'm feeling quite good, and I'm putting in front, and I put at the first place now my social responsibility, and I really want to make even better functioning of NABU, and all my criticisms were constructive. It was strictly constructive, not like you are doing some bullshit. No, even now I can see some shortcomings in functioning of NABU, and I have some proposals to be realized if I elected.
Thank you.
Karen, будь ласка.
Karen, over to you.
I have two questions. My first question is in terms of your social responsibility in wanting to take this position. This position is the director of a law enforcement agency that has multiple things going on. One of those things that they have going on is they have to put their men and women in harm's way to accomplish their law enforcement work. And part of that means making decisions which may be against you or your family's interest, but are in furtherance of the mission of NABU. Can you explain what experience you have that gives you the ability to make those kinds of difficult decisions that may go against your personal and family's interest as the director of NABU? That's my first question.
You want me answer it now?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Greenaway. I would like to state that I was here in Kyiv for the whole late of February, then for the whole March, like a year ago, when the enemy was in 5 kilometers from here. My family is abroad, it's not a secret, but I was here taking the risk. So I'm quite okay with that. And the social mission being a director of NABU is to make less corruption in this state. Then it means less corruption means better economy, and it means more money for everybody and better life for everyone. I would answer your question this way.
My second question is, were you asked by anybody currently or formerly in the government of Ukraine to apply for this position?
Strictly my personal decision.
Thank you.
Also, I'd like to add here, you asked me regarding the burden of taking responsibility and taking decisions. Back in March, like a year ago, we were running some evacuations from Bucha, Vorzel, and other then occupied areas. And the governor and me as his deputy, we were in position to take very hard decisions to send buses this direction and to not send to these directions. And in April, we began to find bodies in the places the buses had not been sent. That's all about responsibility of your decision, and it's hard.
Насправді так само. Прошу вас.
Drago? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to go back to the property issue. You said that your income was around 50 million hryvnias, but let's say if you sum up all the incomes according to the official tax service of Ukraine, you come up close to 4 million. So where's the difference coming from?
Thank you, Mr. Kosh. 4 million, that was my official income in 2020, I guess. So just for 1 year, like four and something. I have all this here. You may check. The commission may check it. But for example, last year I had only 800,000 because I became a deputy head to the Kyiv region. So my income had been reduced, but previously it was quite good.
Karen, будь ласка.
Karen, over to you.
So for the property that you have listed in your asset declaration, is that property insured? And if you insured that property, wouldn't you have a valuation for that property in order to determine how much insurance coverage you needed?
As I understand, the legislation here in Ukraine differs a little from legislation in some Western countries. The official evaluation is to be done before concluding the contract, which is then stated in the contract, the official evaluation. And I don't think the majority of Ukrainians do insure their property. I'm not one of them.
Thank you.
Павілас, будь ласка.
Pavilas, over to you.
My question is related to your Bitcoin business, very popular business, yeah? And my question is, what kind of equipment are you using for Bitcoin mining? And what were your investment into this equipment? What are the maintenance costs per month for mining activities? And for instance, how much do you pay for electricity? What is your profit? And how many taxes did you pay?
That's a combination of questions. I was hoped to hear. These two things, they cost like $300,000. They belong to me, and I declared that. Regarding the equipment, we had different equipment because we are in the process since 2017. We are not in the process when the war started. We used different equipment. For example, Antminer's S9 and T1 and S9, S7. Also, we used so-called video cards. So we were mining not only Bitcoins, but also Bitcash and Ethereum and ZEC and Dogecoin and Litecoin, different coins. We tried to get more benefits from all this process. It costed. I remember quite well when we bought our first Antminers. They costed in April 2017 something about $1,000 each. And we used them for 8 months, and then we sold it. And we sold them like for $4,000 each. That was quite a deal, but back in 2017, the exchange rate BTC to US dollar changed dramatically, like from $1,000 per one Bitcoin to almost $9,000 of US dollars for 1 Bitcoin. So we were playing and we earned. And regarding the electricity, it depends. But later on, we created the so-called data center. So it was like a room in the basement where dozens of machines were installed, and they were producing. They were provided by special ventilation. And one of prominent journalists of Ukraine, Sergei Andrushko, he asked me regarding the electricity bills, and I presented to him the electricity bills. It was one we found, it was for November 2020, and we paid 25,000 hryvnias for 1 month. So basically, it was very profitable. It due to a number of factors. One of them is obviously a high demand for cryptocurrency.
How many taxes
Okay, so
did
sorry,
you pay?
I missed this point. Me was registered like a private entrepreneur, just I said, and I was paying 5% of income. So I was mining like an example, okay? Okay, let it be 1 Bitcoin per month. So I was paying 5% of that sum.
Well, very good. So, and what was the income? 5%, I understood. You paid 5% for the state. What was the income?
So it's 95%.
But in absolute values?
Absolutely what?
The number, concrete number.
Okay, look, I have, I was declaring all that. You may check with the tax authorities. I have all these papers here. Just as example, in 2020, my official income was a little bit more than 4 million of hryvnias. I would say like 3 million of them, it was because like an income of mining for the whole year.
Income or profit?
Apologies?
Income or profit?
Profit.
So, do I understand correctly? So 4 million hryvnia year 2020, that was your profit?
Let me check here because I have this paper.
Or income?
That's what
Yes, I'm registered like a third group of entrepreneur. So it means I paid 5% for the income, not for the profit. My tax basis it was profit. Oh, sorry, it was income. So I like mined for 2 million hryvnias, and then I paid 5%.
Well, if it's income, so what is the maintenance cost of all your equipment?
The maintenance, basically, it is all about electricity, and as I just said, it was about 20, maybe 25,000 of hryvnias per month. Also, I'd like.
And how much bitcoins can I produce using such amount of electricity?
I'm not sure I'm an expert to answer this question.
Okay, thank you. I've got the answer.
Thank you.
Якщо можна, в мене уточнення, якщо тоді запитання.
If possible, I have a follow-up question. So, during a year, your income amounted to 4 million hryvnias, right? 25,000 per month. That is your cost of for electricity, right? The remaining rent, amortization, and where costs, installation of new farms, you do not count that as maintenance costs. Do you understand it correctly?
A complicated question to be answered. I'm not like an accountant, and I'm not very good at amortization, all that things. All I know is that I paid my electricity bills, and I was buying new equipment. I was selling like used equipment, and I was receiving cryptocurrency in coins, and partly I was changing them to US hryvnias, and I was paying taxes for that.
Окей. У мене тоді, якщо можна...
Then I have two follow-up questions, if possible. In your asset declaration for 2020, you referred to the fact that you have 4 bitcoins in total, right? And you provided a statement on mining, as I can see, where we have 3.85 bitcoins. Okay, let's talk about 4 bitcoins. But using all those indicators that we have, then we have 1.35 bitcoins if we add up everything. So what's the difference? What's the discrepancy here?
Quite technical question. I'm not very good to answer to. But when my equipment were functioning like here, then some Bitcoin elements were produced, and they were falling somewhere here to some addresses here. Then partly I was using cryptocurrencies here, for example, to trade on birja, on market, and some of them I was taking to a permanent holder, which is so-called cold wallet. But partly I was taking them back here. I was trading somehow here, and then here also. That's a market. They are creating a number of like some technical transactions. I cannot be sure I understand. So basically, I've had different wallets on markets. I have 2 permanent wallets here. I am not sure I can give you like an exhaustive list of all transactions between here. There were like millions of transactions, and even here. If anyone wants, we can check it here.
Then one more follow-up question then. Right now you've said that you've earned about 15 million, right? According to statements, we have about 4 million, 3.8 million to be specific, according to the statements that you've provided.
But it can't be true because just for the last 2021, I've got at least almost 5 million hryvnias. 2020, it was like more than 2 million hryvnias, and so on. So I'm perfectly sure that's not right, and I have all papers here. So that's estimation. So just as I said, I'm not an accountant, so I'm not pretty much sure regarding the total my income for the whole career, but I would estimate it now for 15 millions.
Я хочу пояснити, чому.
I would like to explain why we have this subjective question. You, as a lawyer, probably understand that in the format when you're saying that you have 2 flash drives, which are called wallets, as you call them, that you have $300,000 on them, and before that you earned millions of hryvnias, and in confirmation you can only provide and you can only say that you paid 5% of taxes as a private individual entrepreneur. And in confirmation, you've provided to a journalist a receipt for 1 month for 25,000 hryvnias for electricity. Here, you don't have to be an accountant to understand that basically any person, for example, hypothetically speaking, is engaging in some illegal activities, including trafficking in drugs, something else, can similarly register as a private individual entrepreneur, declaring receipt of income from mining of cryptocurrencies, and saying that this is legal income. So therefore, right now, we are talking with you and we're discussing this. And before that, we sent you as questionnaire as well, right? That's the correct name of this document, yes. And there we had documents, in this document we had questions from the civil society organizations regarding these stories. But unfortunately, confirmations of that what is actually happening, like rent agreements for the premises, sale and purchase agreements for the equipment, in order to be able to understand that this work is really carried out, you have not provided. With respect to the confirmation of actual existence of funds at some accounts, for example, like a screenshot from the screen when you're in the system. Or, for example, you have, and you can provide some other additional explanations. Thank you. So that we could understand that you really have earned this money in a legal way.
I do share a point that it's not so easy to analyze all that transactions, all that processes. But that's the whole idea of cryptocurrencies. They were created like an alternative way of exchanging between the people. And definitely, if I am elected to the post I'm running for, I would care much more than they're occurring now regarding all that transactions, regarding all that practices when some people, even some state, which some of them are holding some state positions and they are not very clear in their intentions. They cannot answer simple questions, but that's definitely not my case. A great number of people are well known. That's in 2017, me, my brother, my father, we were all in these processes. And I sent to the Honorable Commission some photos of some place which belongs to us. So there is no place to some lease contract here. And a data center there was created. Also, partly some machines where we had them like in the garage, on all other proper places, because also this equipment, it can be used like a heating system to some technical like basements. I believe also that I sent to you some screens, just as you wish. Maybe in the last letter. This screens of my Trezor wallets. This an additional list of some transactions. This is my another wallet. No, I did it. I did it. I like to mention here that one of my accounts at the Polonix market, I have been verified there. I have a second level verification there. If you check, you'll know that to get a second level verification on Polonix market, it means a copy of my ID, of my passport, was sent to the company's office. I was checked there and verified. And that was done like back in 2017. So I would say there is a number of proofs that I were in the process since 2017. And I even invited the journalist to have a short seeing tour to this data center. No problem at all.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but we have respect for the journalists, but they are not a member of the working group or the commission. So your invitations of journalists does not mean that we have also received this information. By the way, I have a question. Why have you chosen English? Is it more important for a future director of the NABU to know English? I believe the more languages you know, the better. Personally, I know at least 5 languages. Yes, please. Yes, please, Pavilas.
Thank you. Just a short remark. I can understand that Bitcoin business or other kind of businesses is quite complicated. I understand this, but from another side, especially from our point of view, everything is quite simple. We have incomes, we have expenditures, and we pay taxes. And my proposal would be to be more concrete, to speak in numbers, because this abstract language doesn't help to understand and catch the essence of the issue.
So, what can I do for you now? You want me to to give more information regarding each year of my mining processes, or how can I help you?
Just, that relates not only to Bitcoin business, to another kind of businesses. Our interest is to understand, to get a feeling, what are your incomes, what are your family expenditures or family maintenance costs, and how much taxes did you pay?
But sir, I have all my incomes displayed here. These are papers since 2004. All my official incomes are here, and definitely all of them were taxed, and that taxes were paid.
Okay, no.
I have a follow-up question. Okay. We have the photos and screenshots of some miners in the attachments, some farms, without an opportunity to identify them. There are no documents regarding the purchase. There are no documents regarding the use of premises, their capacities. Can you please tell me, do you realize that using this logic, you can basically formally legalize the receipt of any process, of any income?
In that manner that there are less clarifications here, generally, in our state. There is no legislation, specific legislation on mining, on cryptocurrencies. There is no clarification, for example, on behalf of National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency, how exactly to declare income got from mining processes. So I'm trying to do my best. As I said, the data center is situated in one of premises which belongs to our family. And I'm not sure when you are buying a computer, it's always you got some papers to every computer, and this equipment is basically some of it's kind of computer.
Так, можете коротко, так?
Can you briefly say yes or no, like to my question? You, as a lawyer, do you agree that this way we can basically legalize any process? If you provide only these proofs, like you've provided, that tomorrow any person can, who has received, I'm not saying that you've received this income in some other way than the one you've described, but so that we could understand the commission and the viewers who watch the interview right now, do you understand that you are showing income that can be shown by any person, including persons who could have received this illegal way? Yes or no?
My simple answer would be yes. And that's an issue very important in our state, which is to be corrected by all the branches of power. First, legislation power, then all that specialized agencies, because just as I said, there is a lack of clarifications on behalf of all the authorities on how to run these processes. But I would say that cryptocurrencies, they emerged quite spontaneously, and it's quite normal that a state is a little bit behind of this situation. But we need to take it very seriously.
Будь ласка, Карен.
Karen, over to you.
So on August 14th, 2017, the Security Service of Ukraine arrested individuals who were involved in mining Bitcoin. And at that time, the National Bank of Ukraine announced that it was illegal to mine Bitcoin. Was your operation operating before this arrest occurred?
As I said, we started to be involved in these processes since 2017. It was April. And the main problem when some individuals or some corporations here in Ukraine were arrested, for example, by Security Service of Ukraine, it was about not paying for electricity. Or, I'm considering this problem to be like the main motive. But definitely it's not my case.
Well, I actually taught a class to the Security Service of Ukraine about Bitcoin in 2017, and I was told when I was teaching the class by the students who were members of the Security Service of Ukraine that it was illegal at that time to be mining or trading in cryptocurrency. But to my next question, you made a comment several years ago about a civil activist who was a very famous civil activist who was beaten, and about this civil activist's involvement in a murder. Do you remember that statement in June of 2020 involving Mr. Sternenko?
I'm not sure I remember it quite well, but I know who is Sergei Sternenko.
So you said, quote, so a police officer, and this is, of course, a translation, so a police officer who beat the lying activist by his leg has to take responsibility for attempted murder against Mr. Sternenko. That doesn't sound like you were assuming that Mr. Sternenko may have been innocent at the time that this occurred. How is your feeling about making statements before the end of a criminal case involving the innocence or guilt of a subject who NABU may arrest?
I don't think I made a statement on that. I was never in position to make some statements here. I'm not a judge. I've never been a judge. Whether I could have some professional opinion here, possibly yes. I think we were discussing this case among some lawyers, among some professionals, some scientists even, and we had never been very impressed by statements of Sergei Sternenko.
Well, I will ask the same follow-up question to you than I did to our previous candidate. So you posted this on Facebook. You're now applying for the position of director of NABU. How are you going to handle your personal, your personal social media, inclinations should you become the director of NABU?
That's a very tricky question. I'm not sure I'm quite ready to answer it because since it's almost a year, I'm serving like a vice governor of Kyiv region, and there are some rules. I understand quite well that some things are not to be posted on my personal page on Facebook. But for now, that's all. But media strategy is very important. And if I'm elected, it would be crucial for me to take a perfect media strategy and to consider all risks here.
Thank you.
Будь ласка, Драго.
Drago, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I have to correct myself. Before that, I was just mentioning your salary. You said in your statement that you earned 9 million hryvnias since 2017 for entrepreneurship. So the first question is, what kind of activity was that? What services were you doing? And on what basis? Contracts on something else? So basically, with another way, you have supportive documentation for that.
Quite yes. I've been registered since 2004 actually. And first years it was like taking part in some family business. Also we had some small businesses regarding computers. Me and my brother, we were quite good with computers. We could disassemble it, assemble it, whatever. In these papers, like these 4 papers, for example, for the period of 2004, since 2004, 2008, you may see some contra-agents here. And they were involved in different spheres of business, such as pharmacy business, because my parents had a network of pharmacies since 1999. All the papers were sent to the Honorable Commission. Also, my mother has a butchery nearby Vinica, and some transactions were made with these contra-agents too.
So that those were the computers only?
No, as I said, it was about computers. It was about some pharmaceutical business, and it was about some butchery. Later on, mainly, it was about professional activities as a lawyer, and also I was paying taxes as a private entrepreneur for my mining income.
Thank you.
We don't seem to have any further questions, so let's continue. According to the information available, on the 28th of February 2020, you were issued a power of attorney to represent the interests on managing, leasing an apartment in the city of Kyiv on Institutska Street. The power of attorney was issued by your mother. Do you know at which cost the apartment was bought, and can you present any documents to support it? Це питання мені раніше не ставили. Дійсно. Ця квартира була придбана моєю матір'ю. Я не пригадую точну ціну. Це могло би бути орієнтовно 15 чи 20 мільйонів гривень, наскільки я пригадую.
І ще таке питання. 1.07.22.
On the 1st of July, Oskirka Tatiana Mikolayevna has issued a power of attorney in your name for the exploitation of the Mercedes base S-300 of 2017 make.
Чи вчинялися вами
In 2022, have you acted based on this powers of attorney? Have you put it to use or not?
Because in the beginning of July, I was heading to Lugano to represent the Kyiv region at the conference, at the Lugano conference regarding rebuilding of Ukraine. And actually, I needed to get there somehow. And I possess two cars. One of them is with my wife. Second is Tesla. It's electric car, and it's not so good at the distance. So I asked my friend to borrow me his car. And I was not sure who is the real owner, I mean, legal owner of that car. So that's how that power of attorney emerged. And yes, I did use that car, that Mercedes, to take a trip to Lugano and then back. So I used this car like for 5 days.
в липні 22-го року?
Sure.
Так?
And that was July 2022. Yes.
8 липня 22-го
On the
Григорієм Івановичем було
8th of July 2022, Grigoriy Ivanovich issued you a power of attorney for the Mercedes-Benz model S550. The same question. Did you use this vehicle? Did you do anything about it?
Because Grigory, he is a father to a wife of my brother. And I was never aware of that power of attorney. I realized it existed when I received the questionnaire. So then I asked my brother, he asked his father-in-law, and the answer was, yes, we like filled you in that power of attorney, but I never touched that car.
Дякую. Питання.
Thank you.
Так, і ще тоді, якщо можна.
And if I may ask you another question. 2020, you were nominated to the Public Council from the Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency from the public bloc. According to the mass media publication 2021, the administrators of the Facebook page deleted it because of the creation of the bot farm supporting European Solidarity Party, allegedly. Have you heard of the events, and how would you explain them?
Recalling my deepest feeling of social responsibility, I used to be a member and then vice head of the council before at the agency on asset recovery, ARMA so-called. And then I wanted to tried once again, but not with the ARMA, but with a National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency. So I needed an organization which would nominate me. And Rostislav Dmitrus is like a friend of mine. And I asked his organization, would it support me? As they did. I didn't win the elections. And what happened with these organizations, I am not informed. What happened to it next year? Rostislav is still my friend.
There was a questionnaire about you being held for disciplinary liability. It's a practice for the prosecutors, representatives of the State Bureau of Investigation. You've given us a negative answer. In particular, you've told us you've never been held to disciplinary liability. Still, at the same time, when answering the question, you referred to the following fact, that the Qualification Committee, the representative of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, had admitted, despite the interaction with the hundreds of attorneys, the only complaint filed against a lawyer was against yourself, and 2 complaints were filed against you. Next, you went on to make an assumption that these complaints are yet another manifestation of the desire of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, more likely to put pressure on you as an attorney of one of the firms. So, tell us, this attitude, it's not public, but still, to the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption and its current leader, could it create institutional tension in your potential future work? As I will remind you that a lot of cases of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine are initiated with information submitted by the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption.
Had a good quarrel with Mr. Novikov. He is the only one time he was brought to interrogation. He was brought by me in that criminal proceedings regarding that story. And he was staying at the entrance to the Bureau of State Bureau of Investigations for the first time, and never seen that. So yes, we had some quarrel, but then the Supreme Court took its decision, and it's negative for my client, but still I respect that decision. And the first time I saw Mr. Novikov after the decision had taken, I shook his hand. And since April, we are not like friends, but we see each other quite often. And it's all about constructive. It's all about no rivalry anymore. It's all about we are on the same side.
To follow up on the question to do with anti-corruption infrastructure, let me ask you about the assessment you've made of the new lead of the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. The question we sent to you, have you changed your opinion held previously? Would you feel that your assessment can get in the way of building constructive interaction between NABU and SAPO? Should you be appointed the director of NABU? So in general, I understand that you have went as far as to publicly criticize, constructively or not, that is down to your personal opinion, the prosecutors of the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Is this correct?
To give my personal opinions regarding actions, activities of both NABU detectives or prosecutors of Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. I was a lawyer. I was a practicing lawyer. I'm still a lawyer, but my certificate is suspended for now. So when I was meeting on different sites with some of them, yes, I did have my personal opinion regarding their professionalism, but I like to stress here, it's all about constructive. And what I want to do if I'm elected, appointed to the post of Director of NABU, I like to use my experience, my past experience, and to make the detectives stronger and prosecutors also.
Будь ласка, прокоментуйте
Would you please comment on the situation of the lease of the server equipment from 2017 to 2019? This was a resonant situation. What's your vision?
Me and Alexander Novikov will have a beer to discuss all this story, because I still don't understand why it happened. It was all about some commercial dispute. They wanted to pay less. My client wanted to get paid just as it was stated in the contract. So the quarrel started there. And for now, I'm not in position, because we are both state functionaries, to give my personal opinion regarding the actions of Mr. Novikov back then. But I think this quarrel could have not happened.
Скажіть, будь ласка, яким чином створювалася закупівля?
Tell us, how were the procurement made of the equipment before the contract was drawn?
Of Altair company, I don't know. Okay, they bought it like that company, Altair company. Their main activity is to buy and sell some computers, so they do it regularly and officially, of course.
Я тоді так звужу трошки питання. За наявною
I will
інформацією,
narrow down my question.
річний контракт
The annual contract,
обслуговування з компанією
the service contract with the Euro contract comprised the same value as the value of the equipment. So many had the question whether the amount of the contract is overvaluated. So my question I have to you. You were in the public council earlier. You are a lawyer servicing the Altair company. When the question arose about the severance of the contract, the conflict, as far as I gather, it was a pressing question. You knew how the contract was drawn. So my question to you, on your part, how the contract was drawn? Was it made through a competitive selection? Was there any corruption risk? How do you see it? Thank you.
Still, I'm not sure I can comment on this case also publicly, but I'd like to state here that first of all, this company Altair, they were chosen by the program of development of the United Nations of Ukraine first. It happened like 2014, I guess. And their equipment was leased by the UN first. And then this contract was like transferred to the newly created Agency of Anti-Corruption Prevention. Every year, they had a public procurement procedure run every year. So everyone could participate in that. 3 years in a row, my client won these procurements. So did he in 2019, but the new head of anti-corruption agency was appointed. and for some reason, he thought that they were not going to pay the sum already stated in the contract, which were to be signed like in 15 days after the closing of the procurement procedure, which never happened. So they just used the equipment, never paid for this usage of equipment, so the quarrel started there.
Тоді продовження трошки етичне.
In continuation of the ethical question to you, as far as we know from publications mentioned by civil society organizations, you encouraged owners of these servers to delete all data which were stored there by the NACP. As you understand completely, it could have violated stated interests, not Mr. Novik or someone else, but this could have been real damages and significant damages inflicted to the state. Did you realize that back then? What is your attitude right now regarding this encouragement? You told me that I encouraged owners of the equipment, but I think you are talking about something else. Within the framework of this dispute, there were calls from you that failure regarding payment conditions, that in this case you can...
Pretty well. So, the property of my client was seized by NABU and by the court. But still, this equipment were under effective control of National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency. They were still using it, and they were not paying for it. Still, then the Constitutional Court issued the order claiming that the National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency has no such powers to storage the declarations. So my client asked me to send officially and to claim on his behalf, to claim before the agency, anti-corruption agency, to stop doing that and to fulfill the court's decision. I think my client has every right to do that. So I signed this demand as a lawyer of my client. So please do not associate a lawyer with his client.
Так, будь ласка.
Okay, yes, please. We have a question. Do we have any other questions? If we have no other questions, then let's close up. Thank you. Goodbye.